Good evening, everyone. It is 4 o'clock, and we call this meeting of the Cochise County Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Would you say the Pledge of Allegiance with me, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Although it is not customary, I would like to offer a bit of gratitude for your presence. Ask the good Lord to keep us calm and neighborly. And in light of that commentary, I am going to reduce public speaking to 2 minutes. We simply cannot do this otherwise. So thank you very much. Maybe you can work on your remarks while you're waiting to be called. Ground rules, please. Welcome to the meeting. Please turn off your cell phones or silence the ringers. Please be polite to other stakeholders. No applause, no booing, no cheering. If you are attending in person and wish to speak, fill out a speaker information form and give it to the planning staff. Forms are on the table next to the door. The commission chair will call you at the appropriate time. If you are attending online and wish to speak, raise your hand in the Teams chat and provide your name, address, and agenda item number you would like to address. The commission chair will call you at the appropriate time. Please mute your microphone until called. In-person speakers must come to the podium when called by the commission chair and use the microphone to capture your comments. Each elected county supervisor, appoints 3 commissioners to staggered 4-year terms. Up to 3 commissioners are from cities. At least 6 commissioners are from unincorporated areas. A commissioner's service is pro bono. A quorum is 5 commissioners. Special use dockets are approved by the commission. A majority vote passes a motion. A tie vote triggers a rehearing at the next meeting. Appeals of special use decisions are heard by the Board of Supervisors. Appeal procedures can be found on the county's website. For additional assistance, contact Development Services. Dockets other than special use requests result in a recommendation forwarded by the Commission to the Board of Supervisors. A majority vote passes a motion. A tie vote fails. To voice an opinion regarding a recommendation, you may attend the Board of Supervisors public hearing. I am sorry. We give 3 minutes for call to public, which we have modified this evening to 2, 10 minutes for applicant statements, 3 minutes for support. I think that needs to be 2 minutes also. 2 minutes for supporters or those opposed, and then 5 minutes for the applicant's rebuttal to what they heard. You have microphones that are still on at home.
For folks joining us online, please mute your microphone or we will have to mute you. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call. Christy Zumis.
Here.
Mr. Montgomery.
Present.
John Benedict.
Present.
Mr. Umbries.
Present.
And Jerry Gonzalez.
Present.
Patty Fickett.
Present.
Neil Tucker.
Present.
And Larry Saunders.
Present.
I am Kim Depew, Chair. We are all present. A full commission. Last month's minutes. Does anyone have any comments or corrections? Then let us vote to approve them. Could I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the minutes from last month's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, and second, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you. Voice vote, please. Aye, if you approve.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any nays? Thank you. The minutes are approved. This is the time for call to public. Pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.01I, a public body may make an open call to the public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on any issue within the jurisdiction of this body. Again, this has been modified to 2 minutes. Do we have any call to public speakers? I do not have any forms for that. All right, so everyone in attendance, be reassured you will be called when your docket item is brought up. Let us open the public hearings. First on the list is docket SU 26-11. Babakamari Solar North LLC is the applicant, and this item is a special use modification to add BESS batteries. This item was tabled in July. May I have a motion to remove it from the table, please?
I so move.
Ms. Fickett, thank you. Second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Saunders. Again, a voice vote. All in favor of removing this item from the table, say aye.
Aye.
And are there any objections? Hearing none, the chair votes aye. The applicants have again requested a continuance to September. As we do have speakers present, however, the public hearing will be opened. I will call your name, and please indicate if you're willing to postpone your comments. If not, you will have 2 minutes at the podium. Seems like there was something else I wanted to say about that. Let's move forward then with the speakers. First is David Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, are you in the room? There you are. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Hi, members. My name is David Armstrong, 2016 North Sunkitcher Road, Huachuca City. The choice is ours. Are we willing to let large corporations destroy our pristine desert for energy sources? What's the price of a healthy landscape? It's priceless. To the members, I want to thank you for reading and holding people accountable for what is on the applications that are presented to you. Thank you. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for standing boldly on keeping our beautiful riparian and landscapes healthy and reminding us to be good stewards of the land. Thank you. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your understanding that your decisions could have an effect on Fort Huachuca's electromagnetic interference program and that nothing can go forward without a risk mitigation agreement. Thank you. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for standing for the hardworking ranchers who had the heart to leave their land behind better than when they started and protecting them from big business encroachment. Thank you. I want to thank you, Madame. I want to thank you because you have a gift to find the truth and standing on what is right and making the tough choices even when it means consequences. Thank you. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your family history and your words of wisdom and experience you have for our community, and to understand that no one wants to live next to these things. Thank you.
Mr. Armstrong, thank you for your
Sorry,
comment.
I had a 3 minutes.
I know.
I timed it at home. And guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Because there was thank you and gratitude. Thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm sorry this is really inconvenient for people, but we've got to move this along or we'll be here at 10 o'clock and that's not safe.
May the Lord be with you in this decision. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Dan Baker, please. Mr. Baker, 2 minutes. Remember to say your names, folks, before you speak.
Dan Baker, Environmental Testing USA, etusa.org. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. So what we realized last week is, yes, again, this was no hazards. But we all know, even the developer admitted, yes, there is hazards. But yet we're in this situation that I got to beg you guys that they have to live near 10,000 acres of untested no baseline? Somewhere here, we're going to drop the ball. But you see, eventually, me standing here and others waking up, this room's going to get fuller and fuller. And eventually, you guys that represent us, and thank you for actually representing us last week and seeing that these are dangerous. I didn't say it. I want baseline. I'm in the National Science Foundation, NIH. There is no baseline. One more time. There's no baseline across the nation of over 20,000 facilities. That's why we're pioneering it in Environmental Testing USA. And thank you for understanding that toxins do hurt all of us, including you up there that make a vote. See, their job is to sell you a dream as they steal subsidies. Remember, we stopped $360 million project operating out of a hotel room. And thank you for stopping that one too. But we're still here. Toxins are here, yet no test. So one more time, inside of your heart of hearts, children are going to die, including yourselves, maybe not unknowing, but now you know. I let this gentleman know, hey, these have toxins. So I don't want to ever hear again that they don't have toxins because they admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Christine Atchison, and on deck, please, Julian Barkley.
Hello, my name is Christine Atchison with ETUSA. Members of the board, thank you for giving me a moment. I echo what Dan says, and I'm speaking today out of genuine concern. This application has vague language and omissions. And when a company leaves out critical information on their application, we have to ask ourselves, what else are they not telling us? For an example, what kind of batteries do they plan to install? Who are the manufacturers? Where's the safety hazard sheets? And those are not minor details. There is no communication with Dan Duchamp, our emergency director, when this project does qualify for a Tier 2 reporting. I'm concerned that this emergency planning discussion that they have, it's focusing on how to protect the corporation's battery containers instead of planning for what actually keeps us safe. I mean, why should we sacrifice our limited water resources to cool their equipment? I've seen this pattern for years now. Renewable companies repeatedly check no hazardous materials on applications, even when hazardous materials are clearly involved and now admitted in front of your faces. This project isn't for Cochise County. It's bigger than anything we need and beyond what our emergency services can support. So who is this for? And why are we the ones carrying the risk while others take the reward? We deserve clear answers, full disclosure on battery types, and applications that are truthful. And until then, on legal grounds, says that this project should not go through simply because the company provided false information on a government application. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julian Barkley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr.
Hello?
Ms. Barkley, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Julian Barkley, you're up.
Oh, yeah.
He's on. Julian is online, but apparently they've stepped away from their computer.
We'll move on. Jackie Collins, please. And after Ms. Collins, let's Jay Cloud.
They didn't provide me with a stool, so I'll bend this down.
We can hear you fine.
Jackie Collins. I live at 9839 East Chippewa, but I also own Hereford Realty. And from that standpoint, I'm here to speak. When people come to my office, I say, why are you down in Cochise County? Invariably, it's clear skies, good air, and an environment that is so much safer than the bigger cities of Tucson and Phoenix. I investigated this company. I spent 5 hours last night on the internet. Nowhere in the original applications in this county did they mention Bessie. Not one word. So if you think that was done unintentionally, I have oceanfront property in Ajo I'll sell you. This company has been 25 states, I believe. Not one of their websites tell us what they're going to do with the dismembered or outdated or worn out panels. I contacted 2 solar companies that they will come in and take them and dismantle them. This company has never contracted in 25 states with any company that will dismantle and dispose of solar panels. What are they going to do with them out there? We all know dust storms, hailstorms, they can be destroyed. So I want to thank this committee right now for what they've done in the past. And I only hope that you can see it is not for Cochise County. It's all for TEP. I contacted Sulphur Springs and APS. They're not going to participate in this. They're not going to get a privilege of it. They're not going to get the service. So the 54,400 homes that this company says, oh, we can provide service to those, they're going to be in Tucson. They're not going to be down here. They also said $6.1 million generated in Cochise County in taxes. Is that the life of the system? I got a hold of Mr. Leindecker. He has no idea where they came up with that money, that idea. 6.1 million, that has to be over the life, which is 30 years, folks. We won't be here then. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jay Cloud, please. Is Jay Cloud online?
Jay Cloud, are you with us online?
Jay at the bottom of the stack. Timothy Conroy?
Me.
Timothy Conroy.
Let me get mine. We got a cable.
Chris Diltz. There's a similar address there. What about Richard Evans?
Thank the commission very much for the time to speak here. I'm Richard Evans, 2170 Chula Vista Road. I'm part of the Whetstone Community Coalition, who are united to oppose the expansion and the other planned and unnoticed expansions in the area. I'm a career firefighter, like I said, with 40 years experience. I've handled everything from airliner crashes to high-rise buildings to hazardous materials incidents to fires and chemical plants. And I want to speak specifically about the extreme fire danger and the toxicity explosion potential of these battery storage systems. These systems right now have a current history of multiple incidents and fire and explosions all over the country. And just sitting down with YouTube, I pulled up a number of Arizona incidents. They have potential to do great harm by wildfires when they spread into the area, and contamination of the air, the ground, and particularly the Baba Kamari River. Now I noticed the Baba Kamari River is immediately downslope from where they're building their facility, and everything slides downslope, the waste products, the chemicals, the dust, and the solvents they use to clean off the solar panels. This proposed facility, interestingly, empties into the San Pedro Riparian National Conservation Area. It's a protected area, and everything that drains off this solar facility goes right into that area. Now, as far as the storage containers and the best lithium battery buildings, I want to speak about a recent fire and explosion in Surprise, Arizona, that sent 8 firefighters to the hospital. They went to fight. I've handed you a flyer as a news release. They went to fight a fire in one of these big battery storage facilities that they're trying to tell us are safe. It detonated. It critically injured 1 firefighter, sent 4 to the Maricopa burn unit, and the rest of them. There's currently no fire protection for that facility. They're outside the Whetstone Fire District, and they have no contracts with any of the other firefighters.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you for the time.
Appreciate your patience. Sybil Gonzalez, please. Ms. Gonzalez, are you online?
Sybil Gonzalez, we see you online.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Sybil Gonzalez. I live on 1004 West El Rancho Boulevard. And I have a clear view, line of sight to the actual solar farm, to include the substation and to include the other buildings that they built. So saying that the rural view shed is not disturbed, that's an understatement. Like I said, I see the entire thing. It does glare during the day, the solar panels. And I reviewed the application. I have come across numerous discrepancies with the applicant when they filled it out. For one, they state there is no noise. However, the containers for the pest systems are notorious in generating a lot of noise. He cited two institutes saying that there was no discernible noise. When I checked them out online, could not find anything related to noise studies. They do develop standards and such, but no testing. Secondly, they again to hazards, and as we all know, there's hazards included in a pest storage system. Also, under the environmental conditions, it was stated that there's no vulnerable ecological or environmental areas. Well, they're on the Baba Akari land grant, and we have the riparians, have sensitive wildlife areas. So the noise generated by these containers also will disturb the nocturnal wildlife, such as the jaguar, the owls, the bats, whatever, kind of opens up and wakes up at night. So to say that there's no environmental impact is not correct. And those are just a few items that I found, within that application that were not answered correctly. Also,
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Katie Gray next.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Gray, 315 West Sunset in Whetstone. My husband recently retired after 20 years of service in the United States Army, and like many military families, we spent those years moving where the military needed us to go. When his service came to an end for the first time in a very long time, we had the opportunity to truly choose where we wanted to put down roots, and we chose Cochise County. We chose this area intentionally because of what still exists here: the open land, ranching and agricultural heritage, wildlife, dark skies, views, quiet, and the independence and rural way of life that are becoming increasingly difficult to find. These are valuable characteristics of Cochise County. Once that character is lost, it will be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to get it back. That is why I'm concerned about the continued industrialization of this landscape through enormous utility-scale energy projects, including the proposed addition of a 160-megawatt battery storage facility. My concern is bigger than any single project. It is the cumulative effect and the precedent we are setting. At what point do rural ranch lands stop being rural ranch lands and become industrial energy corridors? People choose to live here because this is not Phoenix or Tucson. We don't need to transform every open landscape simply because technology makes it possible or because outside companies see an economic opportunity. I respectfully ask this commission to consider not only this individual application, but what we want this area to look like in 20, 30, and even 50 years from now, and to protect the rural character that brought families like mine here in the first place. I respectfully ask you to deny this modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
Okay, let's do it quick. Hi, my name's Kara Harris. I live in Whetstone, lifelong resident of Arizona. Thank you all for what you do, and I know you're not the enemy. After a meeting last week in Whetstone, you need to understand 60 people showed up at that meeting. We have a far bigger problem than just the companies manifesting themselves, little companies here and there. While this is an immediate issue, the residents of Whetstone, it's much bigger than that, and we're going to take on the county over this. At this time, we have to stop a company intent on raping the Baba Kamari lands and vegetation and sucking up all the water that is not prolific in our desert community. The solar panels currently residing west of Whetstone are already at work draining our aquifers. People need to wake up and ask themselves how we benefit even from this damage to our desert that came in when we were all battling a scandemic called COVID. Some people did fight, but it wasn't enough. Those panels, I believe about 290,000, have to be washed of dust. And and whose water are they using? It's ours. Where does this power go? TEP takes it to their customers. Our benefit, Zippo. Cochise County has some very rich resources. Our current politicians seem to feel free selling those to who bring no benefits to the hardworking people of Cochise County. Get ready, people who don't care about their constituents. We are here and we are pissed. And as Twisted Sister sang, we ain't going to take it anymore. We're going to come for anyone who will sell us out and deprive us of the very necessary things we have to survive. Water. We will do what it takes to find out exactly who is on the take. We, the people, are going to band together and fight. The line has been drawn with all these projects coming to Benson, Wilcox, Whetstone, Sierra Vista, McNeil, and other communities. We will find whoever is behind it, and we will expose them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Kim Jackson, please. Kim Jackson? Cheryl Knott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Cheryl Knott, and near where I live, there's a new solar and BESS facility outside Wilcox on I-10. So far, it's a 3-phase project. Will there be a 4th phase? Will there be a proposal for a data center there? Who knows? It's clear that at least some energy companies have a phased strategy in rural areas. First, the industrial strength solar farm, then the BESS, then a data center. So I respectfully urge the P&Z Commission to do 2 things. First, if the proposed solar utility is dedicated to a single customer, such as TEP, contact that customer for confirmation and additional information. Is the capacity sufficient, or do they expect a 2nd phase in the future so they can buy more power? If the project is sufficient and the developer comes back for approval of a subsequent phase, contact the customer for that phase for more information. Second, ask up front whether the developer proposing a solar and BESS facility will be coming back to the Commission for a subsequent phase that includes a data center. Ask whether one of their customers will be doing that. Put them on record. And if their answer is yes, the next phase is a data center, then you need to take that into account when you consider their original proposal for solar and BESS. And if their answer is no, neither we nor any of our customers or affiliates are planning to add on a data center, make them prove it before you decide to support a new solar and BESS facility. These companies have plans for the future. We should know what they are so we don't inadvertently lock ourselves into a data center we didn't see coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knott. Patty Meadows? Is there a Patty Meadows online? About Tabitha Nagel.
Yes, commissioners, can you hear me?
State your name. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Tabitha Nagley. I am another local resident to Huachuca City and Whetstone area. I apologize I'm not able to be in person. The Babo is actually conveniently flooded today, so I couldn't make it. I do want to echo what my fellow citizens and residents are speaking on. I fully am in support with everything they're saying. I agree, so I won't elaborate and waste your time. I do want to just point out that Clenera is willing to risk not just our county, but they are willing to be they are willing to lie by omission to harm our firefighters, the citizens, and our national defense, which is a true good neighbor, Fort Huachuca. So I hope you were able to receive my 7-page objection letter yesterday. But I thank you for your time and your continued support in this.
Yes, and I'd like to state at this time that everything we get via email, the staff forwards to the commission, and we all read it dutifully. We do see everything that comes in. Next up, Nancy Olmsted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. 2 minutes.
Nancy Olmsted. While reviewing this application, I was reminded of the old adage, putting the cart before the horse, prioritizing a result before establishing necessary prerequisites. Arizona has no statewide ordinance to uniformly outline basic safety requirements for solar battery storage. The county zoning ordinance titled Solar Energy Power Plants covers design, setbacks, ownership, transfer, and decommissioning. There is absolutely nothing about safety and fire hazards for the best systems. Lack of safety regulations has produced an unregulated free-for-all environment for these projects. NFPA-855, developed by the National Fire Protection Association, is the primary safety standard governing the design, installation, testing, and operation of BESS systems. NFPA-855 is not referenced in this application, staff memo, staff presentation, or county zoning ordinances. This is the cart before the horse. Reminded of 1776, a constitutional government is legitimate only when it exists to serve and protect the people. Lacking these protections, any advancement of a BESS system in Cochise County constitutes negligence and a failure to exercise reasonable care. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you for your service to our county.
Thank you. Christopher Ricci.
My name is Christopher Ritchie. I live on Zachary Way in Huachuca City, an unincorporated area near Whetstone. I had sent in my statement, but I wanted to agree with the fact that what it seems to me is being done is put in the solar, then put in the batteries, all of that power going to TEP, not to Cochise, not to our houses, giving it away in essence. And then what's the next step? Well, I think we all know what the next step is. The next step is going to be a data center. And they're going to say, well, you've got the power, you can support it, we'll just do it. And we all know how hard it is to stop something like a moving locomotive. And that's what it's going to be like. They're going to come in and put in a data center before we even have a chance to fight it. This, there are rules to notify us of these actions. And I was kind of surprised to find out they put a notification in the senior center and the library in Huachuca City. I've lived here 7 years, never been in the library once except to get a flu shot, never been in the senior center. And the other thing was to put them for one day in 2 local news media. Well, if you're not reading that news media on that day, how do you get notified what's going on? They're going to pull the same things on the data center and try to sneak that in. And that's going to take millions of gallons of water from our aquifers. Just check out the wells and that they already have access to. They can pump millions of gallons. Here we are in a drought, and they're going to take away up to 40% of Arizona's water, depending. And we're looking at data centers pulling out more water. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Settlemeyer.
Hey, thanks for hearing us.
My name is Settlemyer, Huachuca City. You've heard a lot of the comments and concerns, how big tech innovation on our community without any community benefit. So we're here to fight against their setup, right? We have each one of us different concerns, right? There's land use because they want this 10,000 acres rezoned. They want it to be not residential. I'd love to see Castle and Cook get their hands on some of this and build some infrastructure and build some homes to help boost our community. And, you know, I moved 100 miles to come and live in Huachuca City. You know, it's country living. This data collection is the next generation of control. Their solar panels are 8-track technology. It's going to be done away with down the road, okay? So we're not ready for this. They're tracking us. They're learning from us. They're watching us. Then they're going to kill us. I saw the movie. Thank you.
Jolene Shelton. Then after Miss Shelton, Lisa Stansbury.
So, Jolene Shelton, 50-year resident. My family's almost been here 100 years. I was so prepared to get up here and tell you all facts and studies and solar fields, battery storage, data centers, and the effects on our environment. All the information I've gathered from credible researchers such as the CDC, MIT, Yale, Lincoln Institute, blah, blah, right? So many of them. And I'm almost positive you all are already well aware of their findings. Every single one has the exact same short-term effects with maybe different wording, all of which is unacceptable. Let's see. Our community will not stand and wait for any amount of long-term data on the effects that will have on our soil, water, air, critters, children, my grandchildren. We have invested everything we are and everything we have to this land. Please stop this and keep them from taking it away from us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lisa Stansbury.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing us on this matter. I'm going to try to be really quick here. These companies in general, not just Clenera, will say and do anything to get your approval. They have proven themselves to be deliberately deceitful. They have brought this on themselves by lying on special use applications. They inundate you with pages and pages of materials they know you don't have the time to pour through, and that's where they lie. They consider you, the Planning and Zoning Board, and we, the residents of Cochise County, are too dumb to catch these lies. I'd like to request two things. I ask that you, our first line of defense, please review the original Baba Kamari application and validate if they were honest on those documents. I believe they lied about the intent of this initiative, and we are now coming full circle to their original agenda. They will not stop until all 10,873 acres are full. If errors are found, I believe that would call for an immediate revocation of the Baba Kamari special use permit and demand removal of the entire operation. These people do not deserve any second chances. They came in during COVID while we were all on lockdown, taking care of our families, our businesses, just trying to survive, and they took advantage of that. And number two, I request your consideration for a countywide moratorium on new special use applications for solar farms. I see there are numerous other solar farms being submitted throughout the county. They're not going to stop until we stop them. I do also, I kind of cut out of my statement here, that there is a report on the United States EPA website outlining the hazards that BESS offers us, or provides, that we're going to be subjected to. I'll just go over them real quick. The lithium battery fires are extremely difficult to extinguish and may reignite hours or days later. Battery fires can release harmful gases that pose health risks to batteries, to nearby residents and first responders. Proper cleanup and disposal of damaged batteries requires specialized procedures. I love living in Cochise County. I don't want to see it destroyed by all
Ms.
these solar
Stansbury,
farms.
your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Rachel Stewart online? Rachel Stewart? While we're waiting, I have a Fulton Wu that just wanted to be heard in opposition but not speak today. Another form with nobody signed it, but they're opposed. How about Victoria Altapeder? Sorry, did I butcher that?
Hello, thank you for listening to all of us today. We appreciate your service and commitment to our county. My name is Victoria Altapeder. I currently live at 1034 4th Street in Sierra Vista, 85635. In December of 25, my partner and I went all in and purchased 23 acres adjacent to this project off of West Railroad Drive. The Babakomari runs through every acre that we own. We're incredibly concerned about chemicals and runoff. I vehemently oppose the modification to this special use permit to add a BESS in our vicinity. The solar energy currently created here is at the expense of our community's resources and does not benefit anyone here. Neither would the addition of this BESS. The layout site shows 2 pads for the BESS, leading me to believe that they have bigger plans. We are being groomed by salesmen and women trying to sell us this idea that renewable energy is clean and that we need it. We are being groomed not to notice that with each modification to a special use permit, more resources are being exploited, especially our clean well water. The threat of thermal runaway fire is real, and this site does not fall into a fire jurisdiction, just as my property does not. Who and how many will be responding to a call about a fire at BESS? If a community member's home is on fire, while everyone in the region is essentially working on fire suppression for a private entity, who can we count on to protect our investments? Who and how will clean up a blanket of toxins that takes place afterwards? A cattle ranching region that can no longer participate in this occupation because the food chain has been destroyed. And then, just as we have displaced the wildlife on this 1,100-acre site, now the people who make this community could be displaced as well. BESS are placed in areas with low populations. I think this is because there are fewer people to complain about construction, about high decibel cooling fans. There are fewer people to complain about effects of known and unknown lithium-ion batteries sitting in their communities. I do not want one in mine. Fewer people are losing their wells when they place these systems out in the middle of nowhere. This is not thoughtful management of our land.
Thank you, Troy Langben.
She killed it. That's pretty good. I'm Troy Langben, 300 Railroad. I own 2 parcels that are next to the projects and 2 that overlook it. I'm opposed to all this being built. Reasons: hazardous materials in the area, environmental dangers, noise from the cooling system, noise from construction, the runoff, the erosion. I moved to Cochise County with my business, repairing hail cars, and it's just me every day. So I talk to all the customers, and lately, actually since last month when we came to the meeting, I've just been asking them, hey, what do you know about this? All that. There's not one person that said this was a positive or had any good feedback for me. So that's it. That's many people a day. So thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Smith. Two minutes, sir.
Good evening. Okay, 2 minutes. We'll knock the dog in the head and drag him on the porch. I did hazmat, 15 years in the military. This is a dangerous situation. There's proper storage techniques, shipping techniques, inspection techniques and each person that does these different techniques had to be certified to do so. If they're not, and a spill occurs, guess whose well water's contaminated? Okay? Now you have you have a higher person in this state that is leasing land to these companies for 30 years with no tax, while my property tax is going up. That's one that needs to be looked at. But I'm opposed to it because I can sit on my porch and I can see the mirrors shining. I didn't move to this county to see mirrors. I moved to this county to see the mountains and the open air. At night on my deck, I can sit up there and listen to the quiet. Okay? But it seriously needs to be looked at as far as the hazmat goes. If those people, this company has not presented to you the proper channels, cleanup people, certifications and stuff like that, it should be canceled on the spot, because these lithium batteries is nothing to play with. Any battery is nothing to play with, especially when so many people in this county depend on this water as well water and city and county waters. Okay? So we don't need this, and we don't need our power going up. These people don't work local. They don't have local employees out there. Our power hadn't went down. My electric bills went up. It hadn't went down. Okay? So they ain't benefiting this county in no way, except for we having to sit back and swallow the pill that somebody else made. Okay? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, again, I will call Julian Barkley online.
Hi, you should be able to hear me now.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julian Barkley. I live in Huachuca City, Arizona, 85616, and I'm speaking out against Proposition SU 26-11 in regards to the expansion of the already existing Baba Kumari solar farm. I spoke previously a month ago in regards to this project, and once again, I want to return to the issue at hand. Right now, my problems are three in told. The first problem I have is, as per the previous planning and zoning meeting on July 8th, this battery project and expansion would only supply upwards to, quote, their own application, 1 to 2 staff, 1 to 2 days a month, with no guarantees that they are for Cochise County residents. In fact, it would be wiser for the Baba Kumari Ranch to simply lease their land for another Culver's if they want to supply more jobs to Cochise County. Our second problem is that no plan has yet been submitted in which the energy would be sold to Cochise County to reduce energy prices here. As of now, we are still taking on the burden of energy being exported elsewhere. It was noted in the previous planning and zoning meeting that the current solar farm project provides clean energy to 40,000 homes, all of which are in Tucson Electric Power's jurisdiction. So in other words, no power currently being generated is for our local economy. SSVEC has not released any plan to buy this energy. And once again, it feels that the project owner has simply decided not to consider the benefits of this community in any way whatsoever in regards to solar energy. Our third problem is that once again, the applicant has failed to address how the tax funds from this project would go to benefit Huachuca City, Whetstone, or even all of Cochise County. So as I said a month ago, and as I say today, I do believe the applicants have failed to do their due diligence in asking for support from our community while offering nothing in return. They have failed to specify what our community and county receive in exchange for their project. They have failed to specify how they will help grow Cochise County, and they have failed to do even the bare minimum to try and uplift our communities. In fact, it probably speaks to the dire circumstances of their project that the only public input to speak favorably of this project came from an organization that is based in Phoenix. With all that said, I hope that our Planning and Zoning Commission once again votes no on this project as it stands now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Timothy Conroy. I missed it earlier. He says, I will not be present, but I oppose the request. Same for Kim Jackson. Patty Meadows. Sorry, I called them earlier. Rachel Stewart, though, said she wanted to attend online. Rachel Stewart? Is that her? No, thank you. All right, and then I do have 2 forms in support. They will not be present, but they support the Baba Kumari BES project and urge Planning and Zoning Commission to approve it. Jay Cloud and Chris Diltz. So if Rachel Stewart hasn't popped up, we are finished with comments. All right, hearing none, the public portion is now closed. Seeing as though the applicant has requested it, I'd like to get a motion to table docket SU 26-11 until September 9th.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to table docket, what is it, SU 26-11 until September meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Mr. Gonzalez, is there any discussion of this tabling?
Yes, may I speak, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Mr. Benedict.
I'm highly opposed tabling and pushing this. This would be the second month in a row. Look around. We have a packed house, 100 people. They risk driving through flooded streets. We've all done our homework. We all showed up. Just because the developer wants more time to try to get their ducks in a row, sorry, that's not how it worked. We should have heard this last week. They saw which way the tide was going, and they ran for it, and they're trying to run again. I would highly advise my fellow commissioners, let's hear this today, and let's get on with the show.
Mr. Benedict. We appreciate the love, but let's maintain decorum. Let's not do that, please. Any other commissioners have comment at this time?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's just kicking the ball down the road. It's for the purpose of, I think, I found a lot of inconsistencies in the application myself. I found it to be very troubling overall. I think that out of respect to the people, which is who we represent, who have shown up, that we need to just do this. Yeah, I feel very strongly about that.
Mr. Montgomery, is your...
Yes, ma'am, I will agree with the commissioners on this. And I have to say, I am extremely encouraged by the turnout of American citizens from Cochise County tonight for doing what the government was designed to do 250 years ago. Now the beginning of our 251st year of existence. This is exactly what the founders wanted. Whether the opinions are in agreement or not, or whether I even agree with them, this is what we're supposed to do. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to the founders and all of the millions who've sacrificed since then to have this opportunity.
Yes.
That is why I've been taking your pictures, folks, because it's for the history books.
Thank
no
you.
other reason. And I thank you for being here.
Anyone else? Hearing none, let's take a roll call vote then. Mr. Saunders, how do you vote?
Vote yes to table.
Mr. Tucker?
Yes to table.
Ms. Fickett?
Torn about this. I probably agree with the people sitting here, but and I think there's something in Robert's Rules of Order about tabling too many times. If you table it twice, I think it's gone off the table. But I will agree to table it one more time.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Think we should move on and do this. We've heard a lot of compelling arguments. We have a company that's been dishonest with everybody here, selling technology that's not proven. And they come to Cochise County and they see space and land and all these things that we saw when we came here. But we saw cheap land and not a lot of public resistance. Because of the lack of public resistance, they have moved forward. So because of that, I want them to know that there is resistance here. And that we should move on with this thing. Enough's enough.
So your vote is to table?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Ambrose, your vote?
No.
Reason?
Reason is that we should take action today on this item, either deny it or approve it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Benedict?
No. Reason being, look at these people in the room. They're ready. We've prepared 2 months in a row. Let's get on with the show.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Mr. Montgomery, your vote.
My vote is no to not table it. Do not table it. I am a grassroots citizen of this country, as I always have been, and I relate to these folks as such. And they are here to speak, and they will have their way. In the end, when the people speak enough, they will have their way.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Ms. Zumas, your vote?
My vote is no to table it. We have the people of Cochise County who have come out, and they're taking their time tonight to come and exercise their First Amendment right. And we have a company from New York City who is trying to kick this can down the road repeatedly. No, it's now.
Thank you, Ms. Zumas. The chair is a little conflicted. However, I resonate with Commissioner Montgomery's statement about this is how it works in our country. And the chair also votes no. This item is not being tabled.
Could we have a score, please?
Yes, 6-3.
6-3.
I need lawyerly advice where to move next. Is it over, or do we have to?
Madam
No.
Chair. Madam Chair, since the commission did not agree to table you must now proceed to the actual motion, and you must now consider the question that has been placed on the agenda. So now you must vote on the actual item itself.
All right, sir. So we need to entertain a motion yet again, correct?
Excuse me?
Madam Chair, the applicant's online.
Hold on, applicant. So we need to move again to entertain this docket so we can let the applicant speak. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Could I please get a motion then to approve docket SU 26-11? Commissioners, are we going to hear from the applicant? I think that's inappropriate at this point not to hear from the applicant. So Chair will make the motion to approve docket SU 26-11 with conditions of approval recommended by staff, the factors in favor constituting the findings of fact. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Pickett, thank you. So, Mr. Taylor, should we have a planning director's report or hear directly from the applicant?
That would be at the discretion of the chair, Madam Chair, but typically we would proceed with a staff presentation.
I prefer that. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is the staff presentation bucket SU 2611, a special use modification request to incorporate a 160 megawatt battery energy storage system into an existing 160 megawatt solar energy power plant. The applicant is Baba Kumari Solar North. The property is located in Huachuca City, near Huachuca City, tax parcel 106-03038. The property is split zoned RU4 and light industrial. The proposed project area is zoned RU4. This property also has a split plan designation, rural and developing. And again, the project area falls within the rural district as well as the D growth area. The current land use is a solar energy power plant. The proposed land use is to add a 20-acre BESS project and increase the project site by 20 acres for BESS system. Property is located along the west side of Highway 90 between Huachuca City and Highway 82 and Supervisor District Number 3. Subject property is owned by Baba Kumari Ranch Company and is located in the Sierra Vista subwatershed. The property totals approximately 10,782 acres, and most of the property, again, as alluded to earlier, is zoned RU4, except for approximately 314 acres at the southwest corner, which is zoned industrial. The applicants have provided a concept plan showing the operational portion of the 1,100-acre Baba Kumari North site. It became operational earlier this year. Again, the proposed BESS area totals about 20 acres. The site overall is about 1.5 miles from the nearest residence. This is a drone image viewing from Highway 90. This property, again, does have an existing solar array, switch yard, as well as substation. The circled area is, it's a little hard to see on the screen, but that is the proposed location for the BESS site. This is an image that was taken back in June 19th for another project. We visited the site, and there's a couple of more images of some of the infrastructure in place now for this project. Section 2.48 of the zoning regulations identifies 10 factors to evaluate special use requests. This request complies or partially complies with the applicable factors. Staff recommends conditions relative to setbacks, soils testing, and extended coordination efforts with Whetstone Fire District. This application does comply with applicable factors. This is a minor increase to the existing project 1,100-acre project footprint. Battery energy storage systems provide storage and flexible energy delivery capabilities. There are environmental and health concerns associated with potential thermal runaway events, and staff has received significant opposition from nearby property owners as well as other members of the public. The applicant completed their citizen review process on 7 May. They engaged in some additional notification as well by posting some notices and running legal ads, and staff executed the public notification process between 15 and 18 June. Staff mailed 58 notices to property owners within 300 feet, receiving multiple responses. At this point, we've been receiving public input and speaker requests up till literally the hearing, so I can't give you an up-to-date number, but we have, as a testament to earlier with the speaker request, we've received significant opposition. We did receive support from the Arizona Technology Council. We did receive comments from Fort Huachuca expressing some concerns about potential spectrum interference, as well as component sourcing from potentially hostile nations. The following day, we received subsequent correspondence from the Fort on 1 July, confirming that the applicant has been actively working with the Fort on these issues, and that effort will continue. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this concludes staff's presentation of docket SU 2611, a special use modification request to add a 20-acre, 160-megawatt BESS site to an existing 1,100-acre, 160-megawatt solar energy power plant. We are available for your questions. The applicant has requested, again, that the Commission table this item to the September 9th meeting to continue to allow more time to work with Fort Huachuca on some of the potential impacts to the Fort's missions. And again, as the Chair is aware, the applicant is present online. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Applicant, could you state your name, and you have 10 minutes if you like?
Hello, good evening. Thank you, commissioners, and to all the public that have come tonight to make their statements into the record. I appreciate everyone's comments to date. We requested the table following the July 8th hearing where our application was scheduled to be heard, mainly on the basis of the way that the Commission and the public responded to the application that was made by Clenera. We have taken the intervening time to continue our consultation and coordination with Fort Huachuca to address their concerns. We've provided the data that the Fort requested in order for them to perform their analysis that would address their concerns. The Fort has been in constant communication with us, and they have preliminary findings, but they have not been approved by the Fort commander. So that's the basis for our request to continue to table at this point. We also have been working through the mitigation agreement with the Fort for the battery energy storage system. So at this point, I think our preference would still be to table again, especially considering that we're not there in person, which we would obviously have wanted to do if we thought we were going to be heard tonight. Our witnesses were not available for this hearing during this month, but they will be available for the September 9th hearing. So we're requesting to table again.
Thank you. And did I get your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Susan Moberg,
Okay.
with Baba Kamari Solar LLC. Our address is 5445 DTC Parkway, Greenwood Village, Colorado.
Thank you. I wanted to be sure that was you.
Yes, apologies.
Thank you. Does that conclude your remarks?
It does.
And thank you again. At this time, I do need to seek the lawyer's advice again. Public hearing time, we've done it. Not at this time.
Madam Chair, given that the commission has not adopted the formal Robert's Rules of Order, it is within the commission's purview, in my opinion, to allow another member who did not make the first motion to table, a member who did not make the first motion to table may attempt again to make a second motion to table.
Thank you. And so at this time, you don't think it's necessary that I go through the normal public hearing? Because essentially we've done that.
Madam Chair, without knowing more information, without knowing whether there are any additional members of the public who have requested to speak for this specific agenda item, a motion to table would take precedence over other motions.
All right. Thank you. That does help.
Correct. That would be with a second.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you have any summary before we move to vote?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Based on the analysis of the special use factors contained in the zoning regulations, staff recommends approval of docket SU 2611 with the following special conditions. An emergency management plan shall be submitted with documentation confirming service agreements with responding fire departments, districts that provide annual site visit, access for grounds review, and facility relevant training, activities, and resources. The plans shall be updated a minimum of every 5 years. The best area setback is required to be a minimum of 500 feet from perimeter property lines and 1,000 feet from existing residential dwellings or residentially zoned property. Project owners shall maintain the site with perennial vegetative ground cover and non-compacted soils. Where grading is not required during project construction, any existing vegetation will be mowed rather than removed completely. Per special conditions of the original special use, this condition remains in effect for PV array areas and not the proposed BESS area. Project owner shall conduct baseline soils testing to document existing site conditions. Soil testing shall be conducted at year 1 and every 5 years thereafter for the life of the project to evaluate potential leaching impacts to soils and groundwater. Results shall be submitted to the county within 60 days of each sampling event. Existing and proposed fencing for switchyard, substation, and BESS areas may exceed 8 feet to promote adequate site security and effective screening. Incorporate the following Arizona Game and Fish Department best management practices where applicable. A, utilize bird diverters for new above ground power lines. B, implement avian power line interaction committee guidelines for new power lines. Contained in the current version of these suggested practices for avian protection on power lines and reducing avian collisions with power lines. C, project will have a qualified biologist train the O&M team to look for avian species and document injury or fatality. D, reserve a 6-inch to 8-inch gap between ground service and the bottom of perimeter fencing where feasible, except for the switchyard, substation, and BESS areas. E, large wildlife caught inside the project fence will be removed by a qualified biologist. F, ensure crew coordination to minimize the number of open holes or trenches at any given time and incorporate escape ramps for trenches left over overnight or for more than 24 hours. G, use minimum amount of light needed for safety, including motion sensing lighting and warm narrow spectrum lighting. That would be with amber, orange, or red hues. H, wash and or decontaminate equipment to minimize introduction or spread of invasive species. Standard conditions relative to condition acceptance, permitting timelines, and modification to an approved special use will apply to this request. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So we do have a motion to approve the Baba Kamari, battery storage. Is there any further discussion? This would be the time to make a motion to table.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Tucker.
I have a question. Why was this not part of the original solar farm design? I'm completely perplexed by that.
Ms. Moberg, can you address?
Yes, I think the battery was originally contemplated as part of the application that was submitted by Clenera, but when it was presented to the Planning Commission, the commission didn't specifically vote on the battery. So when we built the project, we didn't build the battery because it had not been approved, and we would like to add it at this time. That's why we submitted this application to modify the original special use permit.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, do you have that original application in hand to help Mr. Tucker?
I do not, Madam Chair, but my recollection of that was a 2020. There were two applications actually for this site. There was a north and a south project, two different campuses, which were combined together into the current project, and they did not reference the BESS component.
So it simply wasn't applied for, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, I can't comprehend why you would put up a solar system without a BESS. I don't know anybody that does that.
Madam Chair, we do have some older applications date back to pre-2020 also for these types of renewable energy projects. I don't know the rationale for why those BESS components were not included in the original applications, but this isn't the only one that was approved by the county without a BESS.
Well, as long as I've been on the commission, they've just been omitted. A solar field was how they were presented. I think technology evolves and changes so quickly that this is what happens. Any other questions, applicant or staff? All right, then, unless anyone has anything else to say, we're going to move for a vote on this docket. This is docket SU 26-11, Baba Kamari Solar North Battery Energy Storage System. Ms. Zumis, how do you vote?
I vote absolutely no. I don't see the benefit that a company based in New York City can bring here to Cochise County. I don't see how this proposed use aligns with the character and needs of our local community. The company's own application acknowledges few short-term benefits. And from my perspective, temporary jobs, temporary spending, a little bit of tax revenue is not enough to justify permanent water consumption, industrial development, environmental disturbance, and an impact on the residents who live here and their property values. This is also, I mean, everybody knows this is antiquated technology. It's not going to be that long. So I don't see the purpose in this. I don't see how it benefits Cochise County at all. I see it as big business who's funded by globalists coming in and trying to push on our tiny county here where we really like to preserve the feeling of the Wild West. So no way.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
I'm going to vote no because I'm going to stand with the citizens of the area who in large number today display themselves as opposed to this project. And whether they are right or wrong, it is their will be done because they live there. It is their area and they have the final say.
Thank you, Mr. Benedict.
No. Reason being, too much risk, no community benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Umbries.
No, no jobs and no taxes for the county.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
I would vote no. I don't think it's healthy for the people, the landscape, or the wildlife of the area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Fickett.
I'm going to vote no. Probably originally was not going to vote no, but I don't want one of those in my yard either, right by it. Had I been on the commission when this came before the commission, I can't say for positive because I wasn't here, wasn't sitting in this seat, but I most likely would have voted no because that's a lot of pristine land out there, and I hate to see it cluttered up. I feel that there's plenty of other places to put the solar facilities that doesn't mess up as much landscape. And they're all in an ugly place, but that's all you can say about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tucker?
I'd like to vote yes, but I'm not going to. I'd like to vote yes because these batteries are really integral into making a photovoltaic system that works around the clock. But they didn't answer the questions that we needed to have answered. And this is the second time we've gone through this with people presenting us with sort of partially cooked data. So I vote no for that reason.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Saunders?
I vote no, especially still Fort Huachuca concerns. And I'm really kind of disappointed the applicant is not here in person to handle this.
All right, the chair also votes no, really in summary of all the reasons that have been given. This motion fails. Any individual disagreeing with this action has the right to appeal to the Board of Supervisors within 15 days. An application for appeal is available from the clerk at the office Monday through Friday or online at cochise.az.gov. And as before, I thank everyone involved for their patience.
Absolutely. I want to thank everybody.
Yes. God bless you. Thank you all. I could shout USA, but it would be inappropriate. Moving on. Docket SU 26-12, Highway 92 impound yard. Quiet, folks. Let's be quiet and respectful. The applicant is Mr. Chad Fox. Are you present? Thank you, sir. We'll call on you in a minute. May I have a motion, please, to approve docket SU 26-12?
Make a motion to approve SU 2612.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Umbries and Mr. Tucker, a second. Mr. Taylor, could we have your report on this matter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is staff presentation for docket SU 2612, a special use authorization request to allow an impound storage yard along Highway 92 in Palominas. The applicant is Chad Fox. The property is located at 10164/10170 Highway 92. This would be tax parcel 104660001. The parcel totals approximately 2¼ acres. It is zoned RU4. Property is located within the San Pedro area plan. The designation for this property is business or high-density residential, located in growth area C. There is no existing land use. Proposed special uses for an impound storage yard. Property is located at the approximate southwest corner of Highway 92 and Smith Avenue in Supervisor District Number 1. Property is zoned RU4 along with all adjacent properties. The property is substandard, totaling approximately 2¼ acres, where the zoning district requires a minimum site area of 4 acres. Per county records, the property is legally non-conforming, having been created prior to the implementation of county zoning regulations in 1975. It was originally developed for residential use, consisting of 2 structures, but most structures have since been demolished. These are a few drone images. This would be viewing to the south with Highway 92 in the foreground. Viewing to the east. And viewing to the west. This is an oddly configured parcel, something we don't see very often to this extent. But it does appear that this parcel was created with this configuration in the 1960s. This is also viewing to the east with a view of more residences nearby. There are 2 or 3 residences on Smith Avenue in the foreground, and then some additional residences in the foreground to the right. And this close-up image shows some of the remnants of the structures on the site. It does appear that the property is in the process of being cleaned up of some of the debris that's been on the site, presumably for several decades. The applicant provided a sketch of the property showing its configuration. The applicant also indicates that the likely project footprint will be significantly less than the 2.25 acres. Section 2.48 of the zoning regulations identifies 10 factors to evaluate special use request. 3 factors to this application do not apply. The remaining factors either comply or partially comply. A couple of additional notes to add to this slide. The San Pedro Valley Area Plan encourages non-residential uses that generally serve local residents. Non-residential uses are appropriate along highways, but they should not create a negative impression of an area or impact nearby residences. Zoning encourages non-residential uses, and I'm talking specifically about rural districts that provide a local service and are compatible with rural living. County zoning regulations do not have site-specific development standards for impound yards, and visual impacts and noise are common off-site impacts associated with the use. This application complies or partially complies with the applicable factors. Commercial uses are generally appropriate along major arterials, highways, and freeways. The proposed project offers an adaptive reuse of a vacated property. Staff has received opposition from nearby property owners, and the site is actually adjacent to some established residential uses. The applicant mailed applicant letters on 8 May, and staff completed the public notification process between 20 and 23 July. Staff mailed 10 notices to property owners within 750 feet, with receiving 3 responses in opposition. One of the property owners owned multiple properties. We received an additional 2 responses from owners outside of the notification area. And Madam Chair and Commissioners, this concludes staff's presentation of docket SU 2612. We are available for the Commission's questions, and as you're aware, Madam Chair, the applicant is present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Fox, it's your time to present. You have 10 minutes. Please state your name and address first.
My name is Chad Fox and I live in Hereford. I wanted to open a small... My name is Chad Fox and I live in Hereford, Arizona. I wanted to open a small storage yard for impound vehicles and keep them there off of Highway 92 in Palominas.
Mr. Fox, you're talking to us, so,
Oh, okay.
so that's fine.
I don't really have anything else. That's all I was wanting to do at the property. I know there's one in Douglas, and it would not be that. There would be a privacy fence. Any fluids that any of the vehicles would be leaking, I would have containments for them. I try to keep most of the visitation as possible, and I would like to keep it kind of small. Other than that, I don't really have anything else.
Thank you very much. We'll
Yes, ma'am.
probably ask you questions a little bit later.
Okay.
This is a time for public comments. I do have a form. Joseph, I'm sorry, Skleso? Come forward, sir. Sorry to not get your name right. You say it correctly, please, before you speak.
My name is Joseph Celso. I live at 10522 South Dove Song Lane in Palominas, about a mile from this property. My property also borders Highway 92. And I do not think that's an appropriate use for that property. This is primarily rural residential, and to have a yard full of vehicles just sitting there stored that who knows how long they're going to be there, how much dust they're going to collect, how much they're going to deteriorate over time, I think would be better suited to a more rural location away from this kind of environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Maestas Condos. Are you online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead. We can see you online.
Okay, yeah, I adamantly oppose.
But we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear me. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Please check your microphone to make sure you're not muted.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I'm unmuted.
Ronnie Maestas Condos, please. Last call.
Oh, shit.
If your laptop does not have a speaker, you might need to call in. One of the previous speakers was in the same situation. Folks online can hear her, but we can't.
That's too bad. I don't have any other speakers unless you have someone stacked up, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Mark Bertie.
Mr. Birdie, your turn.
Hello, my name is Mark Birdie. I live in the square adjacent to the property in question. I have a number of concerns. Obviously, this is going to impact my family directly. As the gentleman before me mentioned, it's pretty much an eyesore to have parked cars there. The highway running past that property is at least 4 or 5 feet above the property, so any cars on the highway, even with a privacy fence, are going to be able to see over the fence and see what's parked there. I'm not sure how somebody would go about containing spillage from cars parked. It's going to be on the dirt, and 100% of the runoff from that property goes down that dirt road along my fence, dumps onto Smith Avenue, and then flows into the BLM land. So any oil spills or other chemicals are going to flow straight into basically into the San Pedro River. Our well obviously is close to there as well, so the groundwater may potentially be affected by oils and whatnot spilled on the ground. The property is surrounded in a chain link fence, so the entire south border of the property is chain link, so we have 100% view of the property at all times. So I really didn't move here to be living next to basically a junkyard or a car storage, and they would have to privacy fence the entire 2 acres to make it even feasible. Other than that, there's noise issues. Impound yards are day and night. Impounds don't happen in business hours, right? So, and my house is 20 feet from the corner there also. So any light, sounds, backup beepers on tow trucks or anything else is going to be directly impacting our sleeping conditions. We have a swamp cooler, so the windows are always open. And an organic garden, my organic garden borders their entire south border, so it's an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is
Madam Chair,
Ronnie
this
Maestas
is
Condos available now?
Ronnie, are you joining us online or via phone? Madam Chair, I've messaged the phone number to Ronnie, and some of the folks on the chat has also recommended that she submit her comments in the chat, but we've not received anything yet.
All right, and there's no one else wanting to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone else that would like
ma'am.
to speak
Can
on
you
this
hear me?
docket?
Did you fill
Yes,
out a form,
this
ma'am?
This is
But
Phil
you came and you
Linebecker. Can hear
intended
me?
to speak on this matter? Then come forward.
Thank you.
Name and address, please, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Zoe Hayes. I live at 10540 South Smith Avenue, which is just like, it's not on the screen right now, but it's one more down. I'm not excited about having a salvage yard. I've moved here not so that I could live next to something. Like, I wanted to live in a place that's quiet. I wanted to live in a place that's peaceful. I have lots of animals. I don't want like any of and I know everybody in that neighborhood has lots of animals as well. I don't want my well water contaminated. I don't want, like even with, like we've had several raids from our neighbor's house over there. It's kind of a little sketchy area that have directly impacted my animals' lives. I've had a lot of animals lost from all of that. from helicopters and all of that sort of stuff. Animals are sensitive. I want them to be able to drink water from my property. I want my child to grow up in a place that's quiet. A lot of times these salvage yards, they attract all kinds of different people. There's noises that can be throughout the night. I don't want to live anywhere close to it. That's all I have to say.
Is your house on this picture?
Not on this picture, but it's next door
Okay.
to one of them.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, is Ronnie available?
Is there anybody
Can
else
you hear
on the line
me?
that would like, there we go.
Can you hear
Please-
me?
Please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
I don't know if you hear me. My name is Ronnie Maestas Condos.
Go ahead.
Can you? Okay, so you gotta hear me. All right. So I'm adamantly opposed to allowing a storage facility for impound cars, especially in that area. I mean, you know, people say, hey, it's wide open, there's nothing out there, so why don't we go ahead and put in this ugly storage yard? And there's people that live out there and they move out there because there's a wide open views, there's the river, there's all kinds of positive environmental and tourist attractions. I mean, that's one of the big businesses in Cochise County is you have these wide open spaces, you have wildlife, and you have dark skies at night and quiet, and that's what we want. That's why we moved here. And so just because you see a big open space with nobody using it doesn't mean you can come in here and start putting up businesses that nobody wants around. So find an area that's appropriate, like closer to a city, like closer to, you know, where it's already developed. Like don't start ruining these wide open spaces. So thank you for your time, and I hope you turn it down.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Leindecker, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can see somebody
I
speaking,
hear
but
you.
we cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me.
Please check and make sure your device is not muted.
Okay. Well, I'm calling from a
I
phone.
hear you.
Do you hear me yet?
Mr. Linebecker is audible to the folks online, but we can't hear him on our system.
Who is the voice that was
Okay.
speaking?
System.
Is that Mrs. Leindecker?
This is Phil Leindecker.
Oh, that's still Ronnie.
I'm on a,
We still
I'm
got
on a
Ronnie.
cell phone.
Mr. Leindecker, you going to figure it out? Mr. Leindecker sent in an opposition statement, so he is on the record. I thank you. Anyone else?
I could hear his voice. I could hear his voice.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Taylor, anything else I should pay attention to before moving on there? Okay, thank you. This is the time, Mr. Fox, for you to respond. Do you want to address anything you just heard? You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I would. The noise, it's not going to be a salvage yard, so it ain't really going to be that noisy other than maybe a diesel truck coming in to drop a vehicle off. There ain't going to be no dismantling of any sort. It's just going to be a storage yard. For how long they're going to be there, hopefully not long. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to say.
Okay, thanks again.
Yes, ma'am.
The public hearing is now closed. This is the time for commission discussion. Do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
Yes, I have a question
Mr. Umbries,
for the applicant.
you might want to stay closer now. Unless you need the exercise.
What is the time limit on the vehicles staying in the storage yard or impoundment yard?
I can't give a 100% answer because if it's a crash and it has to go through insurance, sometimes it's there while the insurance is settling out. So it could be a little bit.
It could be 6 months or a year. Or...
I guess it's possible. Yes, sir. Not 100%.
What do you do after they pay you from the insurance? Do you remove that vehicle
I would like to, yes.
and take them to the crushing facility in Tucson?
Yes, sir, that's what I'd like to do.
Mhm.
I don't want to have a bunch of vehicles like the yard in Douglas, that's for sure.
And you're not going to sell any parts or anything?
No, sir.
So if somebody comes and wants a tire or so,
No, sir, there won't be any of that. It's just going to be a storage yard.
that's all I have right now.
All right.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have two questions for staff.
Mr. Tucker?
I have two questions for staff. Is Smith Avenue part of the property, part of this property? On all of the things that I saw, it showed it as part of the property diagram per se.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tucker, that's a tough question because it is a very oddly shaped parcel that actually traverses Smith Avenue. Smith Avenue, per our mapping system, is actually dedicated right away at a 60-foot width, and it is county maintained. So there is a bit of a conflict in our mapping system as to whether or not Smith is private or whether a part of the property is public right away.
So, but there is no question about the fact that it is public right of way.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Anyone else?
Yes, Chair Lady. Could I ask the two opponents if they could come up for a quick question? You can come together or one at a time. Yes, sir. And the young lady in the back. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get your names. Apologize.
I'm Mark.
Okay, and then staff, could you put up on the screen the overhead view of the properties? Doesn't have a page number here. Not that one. It's the directly, it's with the graph on it. There you go. Okay. Then, folks, I just wanted to know, as we already determined, it's an oddly shaped property, but you can see the cutout there. Sir, could you identify where your property is?
I'm the cutout.
That's you?
Make it a square, yes.
Okay, the whole thing there?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not the little one, the big one. I'm sorry, the large square. That little square that's on Smith, there's, nobody knows. We use it.
Okay.
But
just to be clear, looking at that map,
Yeah.
it's the U-shaped cutout
okay, that's not,
facing Highway 92.
yeah, not me.
That's not you?
No.
Okay, yours is the larger one south of that?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
very good. And that's your house that we can see there?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Ma'am, could you answer the same question?
It's not on this image.
It's not on there?
Not on this one. It's the one that's next to his property. It's like next door to that one.
There, let's
Yeah.
see. There you go.
It's not on this one. Yeah, you can see it. You can partially see it. It's on the very like far edge over there. There's like yeah, keep going. It's hard to point out. Yeah, like right over there, right there. Yep.
Okay, so you're back in there.
Mhm.
All right, well, that's all I wanted to know today
Thank you.
at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Anyone else?
Then I did have questions for the applicant.
Okay, let's do that. Mr. Fox, please.
If I could find my notes. Here we go. Yes, sir. As far as impound, we have sometimes question what that means. What is an impound vehicle?
So it'd be a vehicle that Border Patrol pulls over and needs towed away because it was doing something illegal or a crash. That's about it.
Okay.
So people that are broke down on the side of the road, it wouldn't be their vehicles. They'd go to a shop or to their house.
So the vehicles you would intend to store on a temporary basis would be confiscated by law enforcement agencies,
Yes, sir.
including Border Patrol and any,
Yes, sir.
And-
Sheriff's Department,
Okay.
DPS.
do you have a contract with any of those outfits?
No, sir, I don't. I wanted to try to get this going before any of that.
Mm-hmm. Do you have reasons to think that you could get a contract with any of them?
Yes, sir. It could get on rotation. Yes, sir, I do. I've spoke to them before.
Mhm.
There's, stuff you have to have, inspections and stuff, but yes, sir, I believe I could.
So as far as those inspections, are they environmentally focused or?
No, it's mostly inspections for like small lighting, cameras, and inspections of the tow vehicles.
Okay, security also?
No, so the security will be for the cameras.
Would that include any kind of fencing, locked gates, fencing?
Yes, it has to be locked. There's a privacy fence.
Are those things in place today?
There is no privacy fence. There is a chain link fence.
Then approximately how many vehicles do you think you could store there?
I don't really know how many I could fit on there. I was only planning on using the northwest corner. So,
Oh, sorry, staff, could we get back to that other picture? It's better. There you go. Okay, thank you. Then,
so the big rectangle up front by the 92 highway, probably cut that in half, and to the left, and the L shape down at the end, not use that. So the chain link fence only runs through that rectangle.
so Smith is the avenue of access though, right?
No, sir. There's an entrance right there off of 98, right there. That's the entrance that would be used. It wouldn't be, I wouldn't be using the entrance right there by their house.
Okay. Thank you. As far as quantity, you can't be sure about how many.
I cannot know. No, sir.
And I think it was asked, how long would they be in storage?
That I cannot give a 100% answer on.
In any case, you think that any vehicles impounded would be brought to you through law enforcement?
Could you repeat that?
You think that any vehicles you'd have impounded there would be through law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir.
You're not sure how long they'd be there or how many. I have to ask this, I haven't read in any of these documents interest from environmental agencies, and of course they would apply with vehicles and all of the fluids, motor oil, transmission fluid, brake, all of those fluids.
Yes, sir. There'd have to be containments put underneath buckets or little pools or swimming pools, maybe gravel the area.
Did you have a plan for that for each vehicle?
I was wanting to put like their little swimming pools underneath the vehicles. They're cheap and affordable, so it would be easy to do. And then I could gravel the area also.
I'm not sure if gravel would comply with oil spills next to the river, but that could be found out, and I'm sure it would be. Before this would get off the ground, that would have to be addressed.
Yes, sir.
Then what was the last thing here? You cannot, or can you speak to the noise or lighting at night? What if you have an impound comes in at 2 a.m?
It would be no more than a diesel pickup driving on to the property, and it would be entering up there off of Highway 92, not by anyone's property, but not by their house anyways.
Okay. Possibly my last question, hopefully, is do you have any other property a little more remote from residential people over there that you could do this?
No, sir. This is the only.
And that's what you got, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is probably missed. This is the letter from Philip Leindecker, Chair Lady. Do you have a copy?
I do.
Okay.
Read it.
And state several reasons to be in opposition to that. But I did want to know those things, sir, and I appreciate anybody trying to get along in life and build a business and do things, all about that. There are some regulations for some of those things. Being a storage area for any unknown quantity or type of vehicles that may be leaking oils or other fluids or whatever problem they have. I could go on with thinking about it like rodents, snakes, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
If I were asking you outside of this room, I would say, could you get this together a little more before you present it here? But here we are today, and I think there are too many unanswered questions right now. And those were mine. If I think of another one, I'll bring it to you, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm through right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a question, just following up on Mr. Montgomery's question. We actually missed one of the residents. Do you want to show where you live on this map? Is that important to you? Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Benedict?
Just one quick question for the applicant. If you don't mind. I do want to applaud you for trying to start a small business. The biggest thing we deal with on this commission is we need some kind of development in Cochise County. As you saw with the project before, we don't want that kind of development. I agree with Mr. Montgomery. I think this is a case where I wish you could have got together with your neighbors. I think there may have been some reasonable conditions put in place. For example, I don't think the neighbors would be opposed if you had correct screening. I appreciate you putting the pools underneath. I'm struggling not knowing the number of cars, but I did want to read something to you that was from the staff memo, and maybe you could answer this and this would help the public. Special use permits that do not directly serve the residents are not considered generally appropriate. Could you tell us how this would serve the residents and your neighbors?
Oh, sir, I guess I can't. I don't know.
Maybe I'll throw you a bone. When I was thinking of, is there any chance of employment? Is there any chance of anything in that realm?
I don't know. It's going to be really small. I have 3 tow trucks. I can't drive all 3 of them, so I guess it's possible.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, Mr. Fox, if you don't mind. You've been over the conditions there are 17 of them that have been asked of you, and you understand all those.
Yes, ma'am. I looked at the conditions, and I know later on down the line there would be more environmental stuff that would have to go through. So I'm just trying to get my ducks in line, I guess.
Okay. And you must have an office. So have you thought about where you might put that?
Pretty much kind of in the middle of that area.
To the northwest there that you
Yes,
pointed out? Okay.
So it'd be in the middle of the rectangle area
All right.
because I'd like to store the vehicles on the northwest side.
Okay. And so your comings and goings would be off Highway 92, which should be a relief to the folks to the south. You have to screen that fence
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that they can't look at your cars. And this is not a storage yard for construction materials. You agree with that statement?
For construction materials?
Mhm.
Yes, it's just for vehicles.
Just vehicles.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. All right. Those were all the things I wanted to go over, and I thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Mr. Taylor, could we have your recommendation?
Madam Chair, real quick. Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
can we talk amongst each other really quick? I had a really quick question.
Yes.
In a case like this, besides just voting yes or no, is there any way we could give more time for the applicant to work with the neighbors? I think on a project like this, through reasonable conditioning, we might have a better shot. Is this one that we could, I would hate to tell the guy no, he's obviously got time into this, he's an entrepreneur. It's an excellent opportunity to pull federal funds into the community, operate a business. Do we have any other options at this time, or is it just a yes or no?
Mr. Taylor, you want to address?
Madam Chair, perhaps we could read the staff recommendation and then the commission can consider its current motion.
Yes, and I think that I can say that, Mr. Fox, you've entered your application at a time when this commission is hyper vigilant on impound yards. We are working on a new code for that. So we're very aware of what's going on here. And that might make it a little harder for you, but it should make it easier on your community to accept. So yes, Mr. Taylor, yes, please.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, based on the analysis of the special use factors contained in the zoning regulations, staff recommends approval of docket SU 2612 with the following special conditions. Only vehicles lawfully impounded or held in connection with towing, law enforcement, insurance, or vehicle recovery operations may be stored on the property. Number 2, vehicles shall be stored and arranged on the property in a manner that does not create a public nuisance, fire hazard, or environmental hazard. Number 3, vehicles may be stored in the condition in which they are impounded or towed to the property. Vehicle dismantling, crushing, salvage operations, and the outdoor storage or sale of vehicle parts are prohibited. Number 4, business hours are limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days per week. Condition number 5, impound yards shall have a functional office that complies with International Building Code and applicable supplemental codes. Condition number 6, existing driveway along Highway 92 shall serve as primary access and be widened to 25 feet pursuant to an approved Arizona Department of Transportation right-of-way permit. Number 7, impound yard shall comply with Arizona Department of Environmental Quality permitting requirements, and the applicant shall obtain and maintain any permits required by ADEQ. Number 8, stored vehicles shall be set back at least 20 feet from all property lines. Condition number 9, wrecked and damaged vehicles cannot be stacked and drip. Buckets or other appropriate containment measures must be used to capture leaking automotive fluids. Number 11, internal driveways shall be at least 24 feet in width. Number 12, driveways and parking areas shall be improved with 2-inch gravel or hard surfacing to reduce dust and prevent soil erosion. Condition 13, existing chain link fencing shall be supplemented with additional permanent site obscuring screening treatment along all property lines. Number 14, natural vegetation shall be preserved and enhanced along all property lines. Condition number 15, business activities shall not commence before the county has issued a change of use permit and an occupancy certificate for the office. Madam Chair, standard conditions relative to condition acceptance, permitting timelines, and modifications to an approved special use will apply to this request. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So we do have a motion to approve docket SU 26-12. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to make a comment. Just one, I feel like we haven't really discussed, we've talked about the logistical parts of it, but we haven't really talked about how the nearby residents who own property there that's established in the zoning that it's actually intended for, how they're going to be impacted, property values, simply just even driving by, like even Cochise County residents, even driving by the area on 92, seeing an impound storage facility there, it's going to detract people from wanting to buy property if any of these residents should want to sell. As a real estate professional, I have to say that zoning and conformity exist for a purpose. So you know, it's there to establish and protect the communities where the people have already bought the land, where they've already, developed their homes, their gardens, their, it seems to me kind of like and I have to say, Mr. Fox, I really feel for you wanting to start a small business. I generally really am in favor of small business, but the small business has to be in an area that can provide for that with the current use that's already established, the communities that are already established. Without that, we're ignoring what their longtime residents have established and their actual needs, because property value is a major thing. I think unless you're in real estate or you've had a lot of experience exchanging real estate, it might be hard to understand how these things impact property value. But just think about it this way. If you are driving along 92 and you see a beautiful plot of land and maybe it has a house on it, and you drive along and there's another beautiful plot of land with a similar house, are you going to buy the one that's next to the storage unit with a bunch of cars, or are you going to buy the one that is not near the storage unit. And the obvious answer is you're going to want to buy the one where you just have like a beautiful view of mountains and you're not having like this mixed use situation. So it just seems like a real detriment. It seems like allowing an impound storage unit here is highly inappropriate for the zoning. And I'm so sorry. I really feel for you as just a regular guy who wants to start a business. Just think that your business needs to be in an area that can actually properly hold, what you're hoping to do, just out of respect for I just feel that the people have, spoken their piece. And I think that we really didn't discuss the property value side of it. And so I wanted to put that in there.
Thank you, Ms. Zumas, for your comments. Is there anyone else?
Yes,
Final
ma'am.
comments?
I will.
Mr. Montgomery?
Commissioner Zumas has preempted my thoughts in a somewhat wordier fashion, but thorough nonetheless. And my questions beyond that would have been, or my statement. I agree absolutely with anybody trying to start up a business and do the best they can. And we don't want to impair that at all, but you have to fit in somehow. And my questions to you, sir, were maybe too specific because it seems like you have a concept in mind, but not a real plan. And you don't have contracts with any law enforcement to impound at this time. I used to know, I don't know if it's still true, that tow companies were on a rotational basis with law enforcement so that the same company doesn't always get the call and they share that. And there are several tow outfits around here. And I didn't know how that would work for you either. But as I tried to imply before, if you could have come to us with more detail, it would have been helpful. But as this is pretty vague, with no protections in place at all, I'm having some struggles with it today. Not that you won't have a better chance in the future. Okay. I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Is there anyone else? Mr. Tucker? Ms. Fickett? Mr. Benedict, are you fine? All right. As I say, we have a motion on the floor. I would like to move toward a vote. Let's do that by voice. I'm sorry, let's do that by roll call. Ms. Zumas, how do you vote?
I vote no, unfortunately, and I'm so sorry to you, Mr. Fox, but I vote no because special uses should be considered when the proposed use is compatible with the character of the area or adds value to the established community, not when it diminishes the character, quality, or value of surrounding properties. Allowing an impound yard here is highly inappropriate. I have to consider the residents who have established homes within the zoning as it's situated.
Thank you, ma'am. Robert Montgomery?
I will have to vote no on this project, but I am hopeful for a future for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Mr. Benedict?
Unfortunately, I'll have to vote no on this one. I really wish I knew the anticipated number of vehicles. Even in the rural areas, it's not uncommon just for a regular citizen to have, say, 10 cars in their front yard. I know we have a lot of hobbyists who like to collect antique cars and stuff like that. But I do worry about mission creep. It may start small and expand as your business grows. So for me, for this location, it's going to be no. But maybe in the future, you can find another location or work with the neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Mr. Umbries, your vote?
No, for time limit on vehicles that will be parked there. We have the same problem in Douglas. Those vehicles been there for a couple of years already since they started. So that's a problem that we have right now. That's the reason I'm voting no.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
I'd have to vote no. I don't think it's a positive for this community and the people that have established their homes there already.
Thank you, Ms. Fickett.
I have to vote no. I don't feel that the size of the property really accommodates the type of business that he's looking to put in. And probably the location is not the best.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
I don't know, just because we don't have enough data. We need more information on the number of vehicles that plan to be there. I believe that the county has provided sufficient requirements, but we just don't know how many vehicles are going to be there. Are they going to limit and constrain the amount of time that they have there? All those.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Saunders, how do you vote?
I vote no, mainly on the list of the number of conditions required for it seem to be kind of a lot. I'll vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. And oddly, the chair votes yes. I think we need businessmen, and I think the conditions were sufficient to keep that business under good control. But unfortunately, sir, this motion has failed. Any individual disagreeing with this action has the right to appeal to the Board of Supervisors within 15 days. An application for appeal is available from the clerk at the office Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or online at cochise.az.gov. Thank you. Would like us to take a very short break, please.
He sounds like a little kid.
Well,
And you got your phone off. Nick right here.
no.
Right here is now. Hang up. Just hang up.
Yeah.
I'll sit in the van for a second. Dude, we have to do something. I have to hear this, and I can't hear. What? You get your van stuff? Oh, I don't mind. Oh, we can sit in the back of the van, like the trunk. You want to? Oh, Lisa. You can have a room. Do you want me to get you that candy from up there? Only candy.
You may want to mute yourself, ma'am.
Stay.
Turn myself to down.
Thank you all. I'd like to call this meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission back to order. Next up is docket SU 26-13, Stump Canyon Wireless Facility. Give the gentleman a minute to sit down.
Ready?
We are ready, Mr. Gonzalez.
Resume.
The applicant for this docket is Campbell A&Z. Is a representative present? Online?
Mr. Campbell, your microphone is muted.
I need to hear this one, okay?
So can I get a motion to approve docket SU 26-13?
Madam Chair, I move to approve docket,
Go ahead.
docket SU 2613 with the conditions of approval recommended by staff, the factors in favor, consulting, and findings of facts.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders, and Mr. Ambry says a second. The applicants have requested a continuance to September. I will read that request into the record, and then the public hearing will be open if I can find the statement. On behalf of my client, Verta FKA Tilson Infrastructure, I respectfully request a continuance of docket SU 26-13 to the September 9th, 2026 Planning Commission agenda. Our continuance request will allow us to hold a community meeting to address the comments and concerns the community has brought forward regarding the cell tower. The community meeting would be held before the end of August with your approval. Michael J. Campbell. Thank you. I think what we'll do is change the order just a little bit, unless Mr. Attorney corrects me. I would like to entertain the motion to table first before we let the public speakers speak. Is that appropriate?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay. So does anyone want to make a motion to table?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to table the docket SU 2613 till September to where he can have a community meeting.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is to table until September 9th, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Seconded.
We had a
Yeah.
second? Mr. Gonzalez seconded.
So this is a chance for questions.
Yes.
That's your committee.
Should we do the public first, or would you like to go forward?
If I may ask, it's not important, we still have a considerable crowd of American citizens here tonight. Can I ask you folks, how many of you are here concerning the tower in Stump Canyon?
Yeah. Good luck tabling.
With that in mind,
This wouldn't be
with a
nice.
very simple mind, I do not want to table this item.
I second.
So, Mr. Montgomery, I can take that as a no for the tabling. Ms. Zumish, your vote?
No to table. The people are here and I want to respect that.
Mr. Benedict?
No, for the same reason.
Mr. Umbries?
No, the same reason.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Ms. Fickett?
No, they should have let them know sooner.
Mr. Tucker?
No, they should have gotten together by now with the community.
And Mr. Saunders?
I'll go no. I'm on board with everybody.
And the chair also votes no.
Madam
we
Chair,
will-
this is Mike Campbell, the applicant.
Yes, sir.
I got mine to where I can speak now. I received the package of neighbor concerns on August 3rd, and on August 6th, I sent in a request to staff to table this case. My client feels there's a lot of value to this site for the benefit, the benefit of the folks and the community, and to take the time to meet with us and explain that to the community
would be very helpful.
Yes, sir. Understood, Mr. Campbell. This commission has voted no to postponing this docket item. So if you could stay online, please, we will be moving forward.
I am here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, did you close the vote?
We voted. It was unanimous, 9-0.
Oh, perfect. Thank
We
you.
good? Thank you. Keep me straight. Mr. Taylor, your report on this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner members. This is the staff presentation for docket SU 2613, a special use authorization request to allow a wireless communications facility with a 95-foot monopole near Highway 92 and Lower Stump Road in Hereford. The applicant is Campbell A&Z LLC. This would be tax parcel 10456-003, which totals about 5 acres. The property is zoned rural. Plan designation is rural density residential, growth area D. There is an existing structure on site, but there's no obvious use, maybe other than storage. Proposed special use is the wireless communications facility specifically with a 95-foot monopole. Again, this property totals about 5 acres. It's located south of Sierra Vista in Supervisor District Number 1.
Amy, do you want to get in your
Property
in the
is zoned
front?
RU4, as are all adjacent properties, and this area has an established rural residential development pattern
Okay.
consisting of single-family dwellings on lots averaging 4 acres or more. There's a few drone images. This would be viewing to the south with Lower Stump Road in the foreground.
Matthew, excuse me, someone needs to mute their phone. I'm hearing little kids.
All right.
Thank
For the
you.
folks
Thank
online,
you.
please mute your phone. Thank you. This would be viewing to the southeast and viewing to the east. This image would be viewing to the north towards Sierra Vista. This is a close-up of the property with the red dot more or less representing the approximate location of the proposed facility. And this is the existing structure on the site that dates back to 2001. The applicant has provided site plan and elevations to provide project detail. The owner of the subject property also owns the 2 parcels to the east, which are reflected to the left on the diagram. One of those properties has frontage along Highway 92, and that is the proposed access to the tower site. Stump Canyon is dedicated right-of-way, and it is county maintained. And Lower Stump Road portion of it is dedicated right-of-way and county maintained. This is an image of the 2,500 square foot lease area with the proposed location of the monopole and the ground equipment. And the elevation showing the proposed monopole with a height of 95 feet. We have some existing site development standards in the zoning regulations specific to this use. I would point out that wireless communication facilities are permitted use in rural districts up to a height of 30 feet. The commission is not voting to approve the facility, but to increase the height from 30 feet to 95 feet. Would make a special note of the setbacks. The zoning regulations requires that setbacks from property lines within the lease area and from public rights of way must be a minimum of equal to the tallest structure in the facility, which is 95 feet. Based on the size of the lease area, that cannot occur based on the lease area, so the applicant is effectively asking for a waiver from that standard. Section 2.48 of the zoning regulations identifies 10 factors to evaluate special use requests. 3 factors do not apply, with 6 factors complying or partially complying, and 1 factor not complying, which would be the public input factor. This request, again, complies or partially complies with most applicable factors. Wireless communication facilities are a permitted use in rural zoning districts. The facility could improve service coverage for residents and visitors in southern Cochise County. There's significant opposition from area property owners. The project site is within an established rural residential area, and there is a waiver request to reduce the setbacks within the leased area. So this actually, just to add a little bit of context, 21 July versus 20 July. The applicant had a pre-application meeting with the county back in 2025, mailed out notices to the property owners, but we did not receive an official application at that time. We only received official application the previous, I believe it was this past June. We did not require the applicant to mail out a new series of letters in the event that we didn't want a repeat of what occurred in 25, where letters were sent but no application was filed with the county, and we didn't want to create any more confusion than necessarily, knowing that the county is required to mail notices upon receipt of the official application, and that's what occurred. So that's why there's a little bit of an odd date sequence right there. Nonetheless, the applicant did mail letters in 21 July of 25, and staff noticed this application between 20 and 23 July of this year. Staff mailed 33 notices and received 20 responses, representing 18 individual properties. All responses are in opposition. Staff received an additional 2 responses from property owners outside the notification area. Madam Chair, this concludes staff's presentation of docket SU 2613. We're available for the commission's questions. As you know, the applicant is present online and was requesting the commission table this item to September. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Campbell, can you present?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. 10 minutes, sir.
Yes, as Matthew presented, the cell site, the history on this, it was actually taller, and with a change of anchor tenants being went from T-Mobile to Verizon, they lowered the height, which I tried to get them to go lower, and they said they needed to cover this area. I've heard from some of the folks say they get a good signal. Why do we need another tower? Well, the folks, it's a matter of volume on a cell tower, and if someone has good signal or somebody's streaming a movie or working from home, it's very important that you have solid connectivity. I do have the RF coverage maps, which is provided by Verizon, and it shows where they have another site to the east and one to the north. And I don't know, Matthew, can I share on here? Yeah, let's see if I can get this. Okay, do you see orange and yellow red map?
Those maps were in our application if they can be accessed by staff. There we go. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We can see them in the room.
Okay, so the subject site is here in the center. You see the site to the north. The green is good, yellow is okay, and the red is needing coverage. And then our site here, you see the big coverage gap. Highway 92 comes right through there. Back to the mountain, there's coverage in there on a limited basis. And as you go east on Highway 92, it picks up another site I believe is down at the school. One of the things to point out here is that wireless carriers in the United States are governed by the FCC. We're limited by the signal strength, whereas in Mexico, they can have sites down there along the border and blast clear up into Sierra Vista. They can overrun your call on a Verizon or T-Mobile. You may have experienced that. I did the last time I was down there. So this site is a connector site. It does takes care of a coverage gap, which is critical in the wireless industry. Let's see what the next one is. Okay. And you can see here with this site on air, it would improve considerably with the coverage area between the two existing sites. So it's an integral piece. First responders would definitely be able to pair off of this. I know people say we don't want another tower, but it's not a luxury anymore. It's really a required utility. I do respect the comments of people having that beautiful area down there.
trying to minimize what it would look like. And, it's just a standard way of life anymore. But, timing wise, I hit to that. We're probably looking a year out. And I think once the site goes in, and T-Mobile will be next in line. That's very typical of their facilities. They wait for a site to get approved, and then they partner up with the tower company. So I can answer any questions that you may have. Yeah, I apologize for my voice. I've got a pretty bad cold. So,
Mr. Campbell, thank you. We'll probably have questions for you.
yes, thank you.
All right, this is the time for public comment on this hearing. First of all, Heather Heredia. And after Heather, John Wick. Name and address, ma'am, and 2 minutes you have.
My name is Heather Heredia, and I live at 5525 South San Paulo Avenue, which is in Sierra Vista, but I'm speaking on behalf of Sky Island School of Nature and the Arts, which is currently renting a part of the property that is directly east of this location. And as you can hear in our name, we are a school that values nature, and so we are a nature-based nonprofit private school. We're currently servicing 52 students, and we have 11 staff members. And our mission and vision includes, many things, but to focus on the nature aspect of it, we focus very heavily on not only teaching about the eco-literacy for our students, but also we focus on conservation and restoration. And so for restoration, it is a pretty difficult thing to have a nature school when we have a giant cell phone tower that is directly in our view of the Huachuca Mountains, which we study as the Sky Islands. And so not only that, for as far as a growing nonprofit private school, but the construction of the cell phone tower, it comes directly through our campus. And so we would be having very large construction trucks coming through, which would be a risk to our students who are outside very frequently throughout the day. And that's it. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Wick.
John Wick, 5541 East Calle del Narcisco. My family owns the property just adjacent to this piece, and we all object to this happening. This has been a sanctuary for many of us throughout our lives since 1973. We've had this property, and we've lived on it until the early 80s. The Monument Valley, the Monument Fire came through and burned it. It's only just now really starting to recover nicely. And the eyesore of this, what I consider an infringement on our freedoms and our home, that this is the frequencies and the radiation that comes out from these, the eyesore, the lowering values in property. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. We're not here to work for Verizon or T-Mobile. We're here for our own personal benefits in life. And I think all of you are, and none of you would want this. And if you did want it in your yard, I would say that you need some help, because it's very problematic as far as the health risks that come along with this, and the fact that it's, when we built the house in Stump Canyon in 1978, there was a height requirement. We weren't allowed to build that house 1 inch over 30 feet, and these people want to build it 95 feet, and it's not even 95 feet from the property edge. And this is a real problem. And if it's falling on my property, which, I don't have 2 minutes worth to say, but I'm saying it here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Hayes. And then Galen Yarbrough.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to come to visit with you about the proposal for the cell tower. And I hope that after we've talked a little bit, you'll find in it to not approve the application. I served this country as a firefighter since 1973, a wildland firefighter. And I retired from that work in 2015. My wife and I live in or had built a home on East Brushy Oak, and we're a resident and a direct concern of this up to 2 months ago when we've moved to Portal, Arizona. But we still have a real concern about this situation that will create a dilemma for the county. Your picture shows this exceptionally well. I fought a lot of large wildland fires similar to the Monument Fire in my career as an air tactical group supervisor, a person who's a forward controller in the air, taking care of very complex aerial operations associated with suppression efforts, not unlike happened with the Monument Fire. The approval of this tower, even at 60 feet, but certainly at 95 feet, in an area where there are no obstructions other than a church, is well out of the way, the cross, which is well below that 75-foot level, creates a no-fly zone. And a no-fly zone means that. As an air tactical group supervisor, I understand that. I don't bring in aerial support, helicopters, big air tankers. Your vision here, this slide clearly shows this is a major access route along this face of the Huachucas. And the commission should be very, very careful about the approval of something that will create a no-fly zone in this area. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Yarbrough?
Madam Chair, appreciate the time and all of you here. I live just to the left of that tower. My property borders theirs. And I've been personal friends with the owner of the property who could not be here tonight. And he and I have talked at length about this, and he's tried everything he knows to try to get out of this. They signed this about 4 to 5 years ago. There's never been a dollar, to my knowledge, or a penny, according to him, ever exchanged hands, and why he has to hold on to this property for this length of time. I'm a businessman, and if somebody didn't move into their lease right away and start paying me, they wouldn't be there very long. And this has been a long time. And they had it at 150 feet, then they dropped it to 90 feet, trying to seek approval. And it's a danger. Again, we stood on the roof and watched the Monument Fire until they ran us off. And it's just a very sad thing. Property values, which my brother lives across the street, and we've owned this property. I've lived there since 2000. And we've extended the property a lot and take a lot of good care of it. And I just feel like this would be a real detriment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Rogers? Is your organization House of Oaks?
I'm sorry?
Is your organization House of Oaks?
Yes, Casa de Quercas. That's
Interesting.
right.
Thank you.
So my name is Rebecca Rogers. I live in Sierra Vista. John Wick is my brother. I am the partner with my sister for Casa de Quercas and the 6 trusts. I'm the trustee of all the trusts that own this. And this property came to us through our father's estate, of which I was his executor. And he asked me very specifically to save this property for the family into perpetuity. And that's why it is owned by the trusts. And he always wanted this property to be available to the family because it's so beautiful, it's so peaceful. And we are right on the border of that, as John said. If anything happens to that tower and it comes down in our direction, it will go right on our property. And especially with the, I believe it was a 25-foot waiver for on the fence line for other things that, again, is going to be right next to our property. So I would just like to ask you to not approve this waiver and to allow us, myself, or the future generations in our family to enjoy this lovely property, this canyon in peace and in beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Lundin? London?
That's my sister. I have hers. I was going to read hers if that's all right. I'll keep it short.
Okay.
She lives in Wisconsin, so she wasn't be able to come today.
So state her name and you have 2 minutes.
Martha Lundin,
Thank you.
and she lives in Waukesha. So my father, Walter Wick, purchased our land in Stump Canyon more than 50 years ago. He fell in love with its desert characteristics, and he passed that land on to his children in hopes that we would preserve and appreciate its beauty. A 95-foot wireless communication tower would be entirely out of character in the neighborhood, spoiling the natural horizon. The property owners of Stump Canyon have maintained the enjoyment of the canyon's rural character by protecting its aesthetics, which include the unobstructed views of its natural beauty and preservation of the land for native wildlife. It would be extremely difficult for our family to maintain enjoyment of our property with this cell tower and ground equipment that would sit on a parcel directly adjoining our land. In fact, this would and could affect our willingness to build anything on this land. So for those future homeowner buyers seeking rural desert atmosphere, Stump Canyon and this cell tower would be a detriment to purchasing a home or land there for at least 2 reasons: the disfigurement of landscape and perceived negative health implications of electrical structures near residential housing. On the flip side, new buyers' reluctance to purchase a home or land in Stump Canyon would also decrease the seller's home value by narrowing the field of potential buyers. As a final note, it's significant that Matthew Taylor, planning manager of Ocochise County Development Services, after reviewing weighing all the factors in favor of approval and against approval, concludes in his staff memo that Ocochise County Development Services recommends denial of this waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Hayes?
Hi, I'm Mary Hayes. I currently live in Portal. Frank Hayes is my husband, so I won't go into that. Just wanted to briefly touch base with you about aviation safety. I have a degree from USC in aviation safety management. I've also been an aviation officer, retired one for 20 years, mostly focusing on wildland firefighting aircraft. There are many factors that go into when we dispatch aircraft, but aerial hazards is a huge one. 100-foot cell tower is an aerial hazard. Single engine air tankers, seats can go down to and drop at 60 foot. Now they typically go to 80, that's their primary dropping point, but even legally, heavy air tankers can come down to 100 foot. They generally don't, they'll stay a little higher, but if the need is there, they can still do that. Helicopters have no restrictions, but they often have 50 to 200 foot long lines on them. So all of our training, everything about it says we can't go in that area. All the directions is to avoid it, and for obvious reasons. We operate below the level of cell towers, and there's a lot of smoke. You can't see it, so you simply can't go into it. Let's see. Anyway, that's basically the message that I want to get across in my 2 minutes, is that it's the risk for being able to operate in that is not worth the reward on that. We simply can't go into that environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a form from Brianna Betancourt. She says she will not be present. She respectfully opposes the construction. John Boswell, are you present? 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is John Boswell, and I live at Lower Stump Road next to the site, and I have adequate cell phone service from Verizon. My wife and I chose our property for a very specific reason: unobstructed views, open space with exceptional birding habitat, and that's what exists right here in Stump Canyon. And that is why I believe it is at stake with SU 2613. The proposal is for a 95-foot communications tower and equipment compound. The owner staff memo describes this as an established rural residential area with many single-family residences and recognizes that nearby property owners would be impacted by the visual and possible noise impacts of the proposed facility. I'm also concerned about the effect of this could have on value and marketability of our homes due to the change of the scenic views and character. The county's comprehensive plan identifies rural character, scenic vistas, open space, wildlife, and rural landscape as important community assets worth protection. This commission is being asked whether this particular use at this particular scale is compatible with this location. I respectfully ask the commission to protect the rural character of Stump Canyon and deny SU 2613. Thank you for denying the continuance. If this tower is approved, it will alter the views of these mountains not just for the surrounding residents, but for all the residents of Cochise County and visitors. Once constructed, the visual impact cannot be undone, and it will change a landscape that belongs to and is enjoyed by the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hannah Bowser next. And after Hannah, Frank Hayes. Hello, I'm Hannah Bowser and I live on 5130 Lower Stump Road. I'm adjacent to the tower and I work from home. And I take lots of meetings on my cell phone walking around my property, and I have no issues, and I don't need a cell phone tower installed to make it any better because I'm not having any issues. The proposal is not being considered in an industrial area, a commercial corridor, or along the edge of a development. It's being proposed in the middle of an established rural residential community where families chose to live because of the open space, scenic mountain views, wildlife, and the quiet character. The county's own analysis found that this project only particularly complies with key planning and zoning factors, and the public input factor does not comply due to this significant opposition from nearby residents. The staff stated that the level of opposition is substantial and that the concerns cannot be adequately addressed through special conditions. The tower would be visible throughout the neighborhood and affect residents who invested their savings in homes and property. There are approximately 35 residents within 1/4 mile of the proposed site, with several homes located only a few hundred feet away. This is not an isolated location. It is surrounded by neighbors who live there and will suffer the consequences every day. The applicant is also requesting waivers from standard setback requirements because the tower cannot meet the normal standards within the proposed leased area. If a project requires exceptions to fit on a site, it's the wrong site. Most importantly, county planning staff reviewed all the evidence and ultimately recommended denial of the application. Their reasons were clear, significant neighborhood opposition, placement within an established rural residential area, and the requested setback waivers. I respectfully ask the commission to follow the staff's recommendation, protect the character of our community, respect the concerns of the residents who live here and will be affected by this every day, and deny this application. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hayes? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and also Mary Hayes, you've spoken also. I have 2 forms for both of you. No, sir, that's not going to work. But are you Thomas Hillebrand? It's your turn.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm Tom Hildebrandt. I live at 5069 East Lower Stump Road. I'm the house right just left of center, right at the bottom margin of your photo up there, and so I would be very, very close to this cell tower. I'm going to assume you've read the written comments that we've all submitted, and you've indicated that you have, so I'm not going to spend time on that. I'm going to focus here on our neighborhood and our neighbors who have turned out. This has been a great experience for learning who your neighbors are and finding common purpose, because we are in common purpose on this. I'm a retired Arizona game and fish biologist. I moved here 7 years ago for the quiet and proximity to nature. I'm the one who, in the written statements, indicates that he spent more than $100,000 in improving what was a fixer-upper that I bought there on Lower Stump Road. And so I've put a substantial investment into my property, and I feel that's very much at risk with this tower going in. There's been a lot of detailed testimony about fire danger and property diminishment of value and the aesthetics of the neighborhood and all of that. So I myself am a recovering cancer patient, and I do not feel safe in close proximity to a cell phone tower. And I know that you're not allowed to consider that, but the public is allowed to consider that. And we, the public, it's generally recognized, and you've had testimony about the impact on property values. And I'd ask you to think about that way that works, that people don't want to live close to cell phone towers. It ruins property values. So I feel like my property value is very much at risk here. And I'm going to ask you not to approve this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Erica Jones? After Erica, Edward Krieger.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name's Erica Jones. We live at 5056 Green Oak Lane. My family and I moved to Stump Canyon about 3 years ago. We're relative newcomers to the canyon. Some of our neighbors have lived there for many decades. But in the 3 years we've lived there, we've come to love the canyon and fiercely protect it. We chose the canyon because it's peaceful. There's lots of nature that comes through. We enjoy all the critters. We enjoy the songs and the noises they make. We enjoy the wind through the trees. And I think you would hear on the application that the generators that come with the cell phone tower make about the level of noise of an industrial air conditioning. Excuse me, I've been up since 4 a.m. We enjoy hiking the canyons. When we received the first notice of the cell phone tower, it was proposed at 150 feet, which is equivalent to a 17-story building. If you've been in our canyon, you'd realize it would stick out like a sore thumb. We have no buildings over 2 stories. It's as is regulation with RU4. After that notice, we began researching this issue in other areas. We found that leasing companies like Campbell often approach churches and schools because of the nature of the campuses. They're large, they're open, but also because these institutions are typically in need of revenue. So it made the Richardsons, who are the property owners, a prime target. They stated to us that Campbell approached them several years ago. He told them he would pay them a ton of money, ton in capitals. I can back that up with the text they said. We're asking that you deny it. We feel like Campbell has not been honest and he has been predatory in this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Krieger. And then Stephen Max after this.
Good evening. Edward Krieger, 9879 South Turkey Track Road in Hereford. This project would increase the already elevated probability of fire and present a risk to public safety. The structure is planned at a height of 95 feet with off-site monitoring of electrical generation equipment. Should a fire start from the operation of this technology or otherwise, in this area, similar to the past Monument fire, the aerial firefighting capabilities would be seriously compromised and the risk to life and property severely compounded. Additionally, CBP and Sheriff's Deputy aerial pursuit, not uncommon, of suspects would be compromised as well. The risks outweigh the benefits of such an antiquated method of communication. Terrestrial communications platforms are a backward-looking technology. The shift to satellite-deployed technology, think Starlink, is rapidly replacing fixed-site terrestrial applications. Furthermore, the public health risks from radio wave emissions have been documented and acknowledged for decades, allowing a single property owner to decide the health risks of a half-inch minimal radius area should immediately void this project. Please stop this project from continuing. Once this monstrosity of a tower is erected, it will be a permanent fixture regardless of whether it is actively used or decommissioned in the future. Do not let this be a monument to a very poor decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Max?
Hi, I'm Steve Max, 4931 Green Oak Lane. I'm the guy who submitted that 13-page point paper. Sorry, but that was the abbreviated version.
That was you.
I'm going to talk really fast. Okay. My family and I have lived in Stump Canyon for over 27 years. We were one of the families who lost our home. In fact, 2 homes, if you count my father-in-law's, during the Monument Fire. Mm-hmm. We chose to rebuild on the same property because of the canyon location. This proposed cell tower is almost literally in our backyard, less than 500 feet from the house. There are 2 other neighbors with houses less than 500 feet from this tower. And there are 4 neighbors well within the setback distance, which you'll see in my original white paper that says he doesn't meet any of them, so we misrepresented his initial setbacks. Okay. This is not appropriate use of RU4, rural residential. This tower definitely does not serve the residents of Stump Canyon. We all have more than adequate service. I run a business out of my home, okay, for communications anyway. It's not in compliance with the goals of the Cochise County Comprehensive Plan for 2026 and to maintain the rural character of the area. Are there really truly no other locations that are better suited to this wireless communications projects that will have less negative impact on the pristine canyon areas and views? There's already a wireless communications facility being built on the Single Star Ranch, 700 acres with no residents in close proximity to this tower. The implementation of the cell towers in the area is designed to fill critical coverage gaps. I have counter documentation to what Campbell showed. And the implementation of the area, the same cellular companies that Campbell proposes as clients are installing communications on the Single Star Tower, okay? They're not going to double tap it. The Single Star Tower has exponentially greater and better coverage than this location that Campbell has. So I can't see the justification for the tower in the middle of a neighborhood in Stump Canyon when its broadband coverage has already been superseded by the Coronella/Single Star facility, except that it's a moneymaker for Campbell. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Max.
Request to
Thank you.
Setbacks. Thank you.
Inga McCord. And then Brittany Mead.
Good evening. I'm Inga McCord, 9606 Stump Canyon Road. I have lived there for about 40 years, and it's peaceful and it's quiet. We listen to the barking frogs and the elf owls every day, and the solitude loss to me is quite significant. The aesthetics are what real estate people say is the worst thing you can do to anybody's property values. So the aesthetics would essentially be destroyed for me and obviously everybody else in view of that horrific monstrosity. How dare anybody want to put something like that in the middle of the national forest? I talked to the district ranger yesterday. He can't understand why anybody would want to put something like that in the middle of the national forest. They're very susceptible to wind. We get 60-mile-an-hour winds, not every day, but quite often, especially during the monsoon. We have, now I've forgotten my train of thought. Wind. Fire. Fire is a huge problem out there. We're just now recovering from a fire 15 years ago that burned 52 properties in the proximity and 33,000 acres of national forest land. And to put something like that in our canyon where we could actually be fried in a forest fire because my access is further in the canyon, there's a possibility I wouldn't even be able to exit. And as a widow with 4 pets, I don't see how I could get myself and my pets out with a fire monstrosity like this built and functioning. The risk of cancer, organ damage, whatever. It's bad. Bad, 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 bad.
Thank you, Ms. McCord. I called Brittany Mead, but she will not be present. She opposes the request. Pam Wren.
Hi, my name is Pamela Wren, and my mom and I, Margaret Allen, have lived there since 1973. I was gone for a while, but I came back in 2009 to be with my mother, who is now 99, and she is not happy about looking out her window and seeing this cell tower. Now, if you look at the map, you see how it curves on Lower Stump, and you like almost turn back around. That house right there is ours. That's where we live. And we rebuilt after the fire, and we would go up there and visit the site because we missed it so bad. And we love that area. It is my family's home, my grandchildren's home, her great-grandchildren's home, and we are not happy with having this up there. And if there is dead coverage, there is now a mini cell that they can put on a regular telephone pole, and this is to take care of that dead zone. So it is not required for this to be up there. And if I sound like I am upset about this, I am very upset that someone who does not even live there would even try to do this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Holly Richter, please.
Good evening. My name is Holly Richter, and I own a property at 5324 Green Oak Lane, which is adjacent to Stump Canyon. I get great cell service at my house, and I get great cell service going up and down 92, which I do all the time. So there's that. I want to respectfully, though, ask the Commission to really carefully consider what you're hearing tonight and whether this proposal is truly compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I mean, that really is the bottom line. Compatibility is one of the most important findings you must make before granting a special use permit. The widespread opposition from our neighboring community includes dozens and dozens of opposition letters and multiple pages of a signed petition. The objections include, not to be redundant, but I'm gonna be, inappropriate land use, undesirable visual impacts, increases in risk of wildfire ignition, and decreases in the ability to suppress fire once they do occur. Noise and diesel fuel pollution, decreased property values as confirmed by real estate professionals, real and perceived negative health effects from cell phone tower RFEM radiation, and both Verizon and T-Mobile coverage in the area is already sufficient and actually works really well. Respectfully, I ask the Commission to deny Special Use Permit SU 2613. This proposal is incompatible with the residential and rural character of the area, is almost unanimously opposed by every property owner in the area. The visual and safety aspects cannot be minimized, and less intrusive locations are likely available. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Rogers, please. I thought it felt familiar. Vicki Simmons.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Vicki Simmons. I, along with my husband, Doug Simmons, reside at 4818 East Green Oak Lane in Hereford. Our property is located in Upper Stump Canyon, which will be within 750 feet of the proposed 90-foot wireless communication tower and equipment compound on East Lower Stump Canyon. We are strongly opposed to this proposed communication tower and equipment on Lower Stump Road. We purchased our home in April of 2009 because of the rural character of our community, the open spaces, the night skies, and the views we are afforded. In June 2011, we lost our home and all of our outbuildings to the Monument Fire. We were out of our home for over a year, but chose to rebuild in the same place because we love where we live. We have 6 horses, and their pasture will be within 750 feet of the proposed tower and equipment compound. We are concerned about their well-being. They enjoy living a quiet and peaceful life. We are unsure of how the tower noises will affect them. This proposal is incompatible with the rural character of our community and would negatively impact nearby property owners introducing a commercial communication facility into a residential rural area. And it would permanently change the character of our community. We are also concerned about the potential impact on our property's values. We have found during our research our property values could decline up to 20%. It would increase maintenance, traffic, lighting, noise from the generators, and long-term industrial appearance. Thank you for your consideration. Please decline this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Samantha Sockness online, please.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. 5133 is my property on Lower Stump Road. My home on Lower Stump Road has been in my family for a quarter century. My parents, Pete and Liz, lovingly cared for this property for years, creating a haven for birds and other wildlife. In my time living there, I have maintained their love and dedication to the property, and the house is my mountain retreat and sanctuary. I occasionally do short-term rentals of this house, which is listed as a birder's paradise. As you know, Cochise County is home to dozens of rare bird species, and people travel from all over the world to see these birds. My home offers a place to birdwatch from the backyard, and former guests have said they have sometimes seen more species in my backyard than they have in Ramsey Canyon. When people stay at my home, they bring money to the county. They eat at local restaurants, shop at local stores and businesses, and travel to local sites. They become repeat visitors and tell their friends. We all know how special Cochise County is and how important ecotourism is to the economy. There's well-documented evidence that birds have trouble flying near cell towers because of the light and noise pollution. My busiest time of year is during the spring when birders come here for the spring migration. If this cell tower goes in, all of that goes away. This proposal by an out-of-town developer is a money-driven project that will benefit few and negatively impact many. The noise and construction pollution from the trucks, contractors, and developers will create untenable conditions for us homeowners. By the way, I have worked from home for years with exceptional internet and cell phone service in Stump Canyon. I urge you not to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett Thompson. And then Virginia Thompson.
Chair and members of the commission. As we've seen tonight, this commission often makes wise decisions when it comes to protecting the rural character of our county. Staff has recommended denial on this proposal, and frankly, I wonder if I even need to be up here. But I have to treat this proposal as the permanent threat to our neighborhood that it represents. When I first received a letter that a stranger from Phoenix wanted to erect a massive communications tower in the middle of our neighborhood, I thought, how can they do this? And the answer is they cannot, at least not without this commission granting them that special privilege. Privilege, mind you, that will strip hundreds of thousands and likely over $1 million of property value out of the canyon, out of Cochise County's tax base, and into the pockets of a person who lives in Phoenix and a developer that lives on the East Coast. Every known resident property owner opposes this proposal. That is not NIMBYism. We support people using their property and earning income from it. We support the school that sits adjacent to this property. But this applicant is asking the government for an exceptional use and one that diminishes the investments already made by surrounding property owners. Approval would permanently alter a rustic canyon enjoyed not just by residents, but by birders, by hikers, by cyclists, and by thousands of others throughout the year. Approval would permanently alter this. Mountain views would be lost. Mechanical equipment would replace the sounds of birds and crickets and operate day and night at the volume of an idling truck. Does that sound like rural life? More seriously, this proposal threatens public safety. A communications tower in this canyon will inhibit firefighting when the inevitable wildfire occurs, adding unacceptable risk to residents, firefighters, our homes, and our already fragile ability to obtain homeowners insurance. Ours has gone from $800 to $8,500 in 6 years. And for what benefit? So our signal can go from 3 bars to 4 bars? The coverage maps will show it. You can come visit our canyon. The consequences of this proposal greatly outweigh the need for it. Thank you for your time. I ask that you please deny this and help us protect our canyon. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Thompson. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Virginia Thompson, 5179 East Lower Stump Road. Members of the commission, I want to thank you for your service and your role. I have been an art instructor at Cochise College for 15 years, and 6 years ago I moved to Stump Canyon for its rural beauty, character, and quietness. Stump Canyon is a community of 30 houses nested in a tree-filled canyon in the Huachuca Mountains. There are no structures over 2 stories tall in our neighborhood, and the dirt road my house is on is an easement that is not maintained by the county, and I love living there. When we purchased our home, we paid a considerably higher price than very similar houses in Sierra Vista due to our location. My husband and I have always enjoyed perfectly adequate cell phone and internet connection in our home. A communications tower of any height would not only spoil the character of our beautiful neighborhood and create noise pollution, but it is unnecessary. We do not need improved service, and it would significantly drop the value of our homes. Catherine Zellerbach, the respected local canyon real estate agent whom we employed when buying our home, confirmed with me that the value of our home would decrease by up to 20%, a number also cited publicly on the National Association of Realtors websites. In addition, she has experienced many potential buyers avoiding properties near such structures, just like my husband and I avoided when we were purchasing our home. My neighbors have talked about the fire concerns, which I also share. I have found multiple verifiable instances of these types of structures spontaneously causing fires in the United States as recently as this April in California. The alleged coverage gap could be covered right now just by expanding the relays that already exist on power poles on Highway 92. I ask you to please deny this permit.
Thank you. That is the end of our public speakers. Mr. Campbell, would you like to respond to anything you've heard? You would have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and appreciate public coming out tonight and the commission. Thank you. I just want to set a couple things straight, and it's a bit confusing. One of the issues that came up routinely was the setbacks. There's a difference between setbacks to the lease area and setback to the property line. The proposed site meets and exceeds the setback to the property line. It's a 95-foot pole, and the closest property line is 104 foot 10 inch. So just as a point of clarification there. There was a question about construction and it would disrupt schools. We have worked across the state putting up sites near schools that can all be scheduled, so it's not an impact. Comments about aviation safety. My client did file with the FAA, and they do have a certificate of clearance from the FAA. That's a standard routine for tower companies and cell phone companies. Notes here, comments about noise. The backup the backup generators are on for an hour as a test once a week. The noise that you hear coming out of the equipment cabinets sounds like an air conditioning unit outside your house. There are no lights on the structure. We are well underneath the required lighting, so that would not be an issue there. Unless the FAA came back and said, you're in this area, you need to light it.
but we follow the FAA directly. As far as cell towers spontaneously bursting into flame, I'm going to respectfully disagree with that statement. I've been in this business for 32 years, and majority of the cell tower fires that are reported online are caused by a human error. Most of those are welding errors. They aren't going to fall down. This thing would be set in a foundation, typically 30 foot deep, 5 foot wide. Excuse me. These are just points that came up, and I respect the area. I think it's beautiful. I'm a native of Arizona. I'm not somebody who just transplanted in. And I've been down to this area before, so I understand what you're saying. But I think it is a necessity. You may have great coverage today, you may not tomorrow. And we always look at what a cell tower signal could do for calling out on 911. But with that, I would hope that you give me some consideration for an approval on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I now declare the public portion of this hearing closed. This is the time for commission discussion. Do you have any questions for the applicant or staff?
Yes.
Mr. Tucker.
Madam Chair, the height of 95 feet baffles me. That's a staggering chunk of tower when your typical towers are half of that. Could the applicant tell me why they want a 95-foot tower?
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, Mr. Tucker, yes. The height is driven by the carrier. My client is a tower builder. They put it, if the carrier says we only need 60 feet, great, we go with 60 feet. I can tell you the average cell towers around Maricopa County and most of the ones even in Tucson are 65 feet. 95 seems high, but that's an RF. That's the engineer's determination there.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Montgomery.
I will ask, just for starters, if staff could give us a quick slideshow of other views of the canyon and the mountain area. I did see some others. Good, yeah. Okay. My purpose for that is to have another view of that area. Also want to, I've been told that patience is a virtue, and obviously it is. If you're waiting 3 hours to have something to say, you should be congratulated. The reason I want to see these pictures for other people to see the canyon area and the mountains is because of the nature of that area of Cochise County. People who drive around the state of Arizona a lot, I have, will tell you that the 15 counties are pretty unique to themselves. They don't blend into each other that much, and they're unique. And I will say that is true with Cochise County, in my opinion. Not every part of Cochise County is what I would call pristine, but that area of the Huachucas up into Stump Canyon and the other canyons is absolutely a pristine area of southern Arizona. And I think that it is a place that deserves and should be protected for all time, as somebody said. Yes, ma'am. And we know that, I happen to live nearby, but not in the canyon. Every kind of wildlife, indigenous wildlife lives there. And that's all of it. I can't even go into the list, but it's all of the types. And the fire of Monument Fire was devastating. It is a risk, and people there are always on their toes about that, aren't they? I believe our speaker, Inga McCord, had half of her house burned down in that fire. And it's a relevant topic to consider. Yes, if you just get the image. And today, anybody driving into town, you can't help but notice the lush green countryside that the monsoon rain has brought to all of southern Arizona. This is a place that is priceless, really. It needs to be protected. The What is also impressive to me today is the number of citizens that have showed up for whatever purpose for the last 3 hours to have their say and express themselves. And this is our government at work. This is how our country works. And 9/10 of the world wish they had what we have. And you guys and we are helping to preserve that with this behavior today. So I'm very grateful to all of you. As far as the tower is concerned, it just seems out of place and in that area. And with such a large opposition coming here in person to express themselves, that has great influence. I think it's an area that needs to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Commissioners? Mr. Saunders?
I have one question to staff, just so I understand. You said something about 30 foot is acceptable, but it's a waiver for 90 feet. Can you clarify that, what you said there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Saunders, the property zoning is RU4, and rural districts allow wireless communication facilities by right, but cap the height at 30 feet, which is the maximum structure height in the district. So the commission isn't voting whether or not to strike down the wireless communication facility itself. It's voting to allow a height increase of from 30 feet to 95 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for that clarification. Anyone else?
Yes, I have a couple of
Ms. Zumi?
questions. Yes. For the applicant. First of all, I'm super sorry that you are sick. You know, that's my, God bless you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My question, so I've had this issue with Verizon actually lately, so it's an opportune time. I have the consumer plan, which is more expensive because it's supposed to prioritize me and my data. I do this because of my business, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with a cell phone or with anything that's extra. I live right in town in Sierra Vista, and I often have one bar. I would say more often than not, and my apps barely load. Will this tower fix that? Is my question.
Okay, Madam Chair, and is this Ms. Zumas?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to see on the screen here, it's pretty small. So first off, this site would not reach into Sierra Vista. They don't go that far. The question that I have, and I experience this with my friends and neighbors, they say, my phone's not working well, and I ask them how old their phone is, because the carriers now think we need a new phone before the old one even gets broken in. And that's so typical. They'll upgrade. It's like what I saw something the other day that the Apple is now on the i21 or something. And I don't have an Apple phone, but no, this site would not reach into Sierra Vista. Obviously, there's something up in Sierra Vista that's creating a signal blockage for your office area.
So in other words, I would probably have to buy a new phone every year for the cell towers to work. Is that what I'm understanding? Because my phone's not old. Like, is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I wouldn't say every year, but mine I just finished paying mine off, so that was 3 years. So, and I'll start getting the solicitations from Verizon, as we all do. But no, they just keep, as long as you keep updating them on the apps and everything, you should be able to go longer on a phone.
Okay. So there's no real explanation as to why there's so many cell towers, especially right in town, right? But we don't. I mean, it's like one bar constantly. And I guess
that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been definitely interesting for me. So I guess I'm wondering, just moving on, do you feel as though the cell tower is compatible with the character of the area, or does it add value to the established community? Do you personally feel that it benefits the local residents?
I do, because of the convenience and safety factor.
Convenience.
Convenience of having good coverage. And I know a lot of the folks mentioned they have very good coverage. It's really a demand on the site.
Can you help me understand? I'm a little bit confused. Help me understand and elaborate on the convenience, if you would. Given everything you just heard from them, given the case that I just made to you about having one bar and that you said that you've heard this, from other people. I hear it from people all the time. Help me understand the convenience part of it. How is it convenient for the community, for the local residents?
Well, I had a report given to me a year ago that said 65% of the bandwidth on a cell tower signal is used by people downloading, streaming, watching TV or movies. So that is enhanced. That's gone past the 50% point, and the rest of that is for voice and texting. Texting is a minimal impact on a cell tower network, but everybody can sit there and watch. Like Field of Dreams is on tonight on Netflix. If 20 out of the 30 neighbors there brought that movie up to watch, or that show up to watch, that could slow down there. You'd have a lot of buffering as the streaming comes into your phone.
So thank you. Given the feedback that we've just heard, it's been a significant amount of feedback from the people. Do you feel as though watching something on Netflix is what their priority is, or do you feel that their property value and preserving the character of the land that they live on is their priority? What would you say based on everything you've heard?
Preserving the area. And,
right.
And Mr. Montgomery talked about the beauty, and I actually was taking notes, that the beauty of this part of Cochise County should be protected, and it's priceless.
Right. So do you feel
that was a common thread?
Do you feel as though this cell tower then, if you can just give me a yes or no, is compatible with the character of the area?
I would say yes, because I know the benefits of it.
Compatible with the character is the question. Do you feel as though can we go through the slides again, and can you look at the slides? I'd ask you to search your heart and soul. Do you feel as though this 95-foot tower is compatible with the character of the established community that you're proposing it's built in? What do you see there?
I see a lot of low vegetation and houses at a max of 30 feet.
Correct. Correct. Right. So
but you have a lot of above ground power lines running through the area.
Right.
And that question, I believe there was a gentleman, he'd emailed me on some things, and the power to be brought over to the site would be underground.
Right. So the 95-foot tower we're establishing is not compatible with the character. Thank you. That's what I wanted to understand. I want to understand one more question. One more question I have for you. Help me understand, as a commissioner, why should the commission prioritize the needs of a major corporation who wants to build a tower well above the height allowed for local residents to build in that area that's totally out of character for the area? Why should we prioritize your needs over the people? Just make your case.
Ms. Zumas, excuse me, Mr. Campbell, Ms. Zumas, I think we're going to go forward. We don't need to grill Mr. Campbell on his feelings.
I just would like to understand his case, but Madam Chair, that's, your...
I appreciate the questions. So,
excuse me, we have 4 commissioners calling for the question. The chair supports that call. We're going to move forward to voting at this time. The docket, SU 2613, Stump Canyon Wireless Facility. Mr. Montgomery, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Thank you, sir. For reasons stated?
Yes, reasons stated.
Did I miss something?
I am again impressed, overwhelmingly impressed by the turnout to this meeting all night long, not just for this issue, but all things that we've addressed tonight. The population is engaged and they are involved with their community, and I'm very impressed.
All right, Mr. Montgomery, I apologize. I called a little too soon. We forgot about Mr. Taylor's summary.
Well,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the analysis of special use factors contained in the zoning regulations, staff recommends denial of docket SU 2613. Should the commission vote to approve this docket as requested by the applicant, staff recommends the following conditions. The monopole shall not exceed a height of 95 feet. Distressed steel treatment shall be used to reduce monopole visibility. Monopole shall be at least 25 feet, and supporting ground equipment shall be at least 2.5 feet within lease area boundaries. The facility shall be at least 95 feet from property lines and publicly dedicated roads. Condition number 4, applicant property owners shall record an access easement ensuring tax parcel 104-56003 has legal access to Highway 92 through tax parcels 104-56010 and 104-19005. Applicant property owners shall also record a private road maintenance agreement in accordance with section 2.51.070.2.a of the Cochise County zoning regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So we have a motion to approve docket SU 26-13. Mr. Montgomery, thank you for your negative vote. Ms. Zumis?
No, for obvious reasons stated. The people have spoken.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Benedict?
I'm going to vote no today. And if I could explain just a couple points. Number one, I want to thank whoever from the public created that really cool graphic. I believe it was an AI rendering. That really helped me with my decision to understand that I see a gentleman nod, and I guess he's our guy who made it. But well, thank you whoever made that. Number one, it doesn't fit the character. Too many risks. And it's obvious out of the 30 residents that live out there, you guys don't need it. So for me today, it's going to be a no.
Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Mr. Umbries?
No. Reason is that it's too high and it's going to take the value of the properties and the people are opposing it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gonzalez?
No, it doesn't fit. It's not needed.
Ms. Fickett?
No, doesn't fit the character of the area.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
No, I have concerns about the strike zone. A 95-foot tower's got a staggering strike zone in case some intoxicated elk knocks it over.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Saunders?
I vote no. Certainly doesn't fit the area, and staff denied it. I agree with it.
And chair votes no. I was most moved by the inability for firefighting aerial to get in. That's just too much to tolerate. This motion fails. Any individual disagreeing with this action has the right to appeal to the Board of Supervisors within 15 days. An application for appeal is available from the clerk at the office Monday through Friday or online at cochise.az.gov. And as always, thank you for your patience.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Moving on. Docket SU 26-14, Lena Way Motion Pictures. The applicants, folks, could we honor some silence? We're moving on. Thank you. The applicants are Melanie Pierce and Paul Bloom. Are you with us? Are you awake? May I have a motion, please, to approve docket SU 26-14?
So moved.
Second.
So who moved?
Wow.
Mr. Gonzalez moved and Mr. Umbry seconded. Thank you. Ms. Sala, your report, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is the staff presentation for docket SU 26-14, an applicant request to allow a motion picture production site. The applicants Melanie Pierce and Paul Bloom propose a project at 977 East Lena Way. The site is zone RU4 located in Growth Area D and designated rural residential. The site is developed with a residence.
Excuse us. Could you gentlemen close the doors?
The site is developed with a rural residential, and is subject to an active code compliance case involving unpermitted structures for the proposal of a motion picture production site. The property has a frontage along Highway 82, is approximately 2.5 miles east of Highway 90, and is near Huachuca City. The subject property is shown here surrounded by rural zoning districts. This is the property viewing from the southwest. This is the property viewing from the northwest. This is a slide showing the 4-acre project site for the proposal compared to the size of the property. The applicant submitted a concept plan showing the proposal for the project site. For growth area D, landscaping is not required. Parking, loading, and driveway areas must have a 2-inch gravel or equivalent surface that is properly drained, and gravel lots do not need striping. Any residential use next to rural residential properties must provide a 6-foot solid screen. The applicant mailed notices on June 22nd and received no responses. Between the 20th to the 22nd of July, staff completed the legal ad postings and mailed notices to nearby property owners. This image shows all the nearby property owners that received mail notices within 1,000 feet, and staff received 2 responses in support. Section 2.48 of the zoning regulations identifies 10 factors to evaluate special use requests. The special use complies with applicable factors, could increase county revenue from property taxes, site improvements, and related sources, and support was received from 2 nearby property owners. The proposed use may create impacts related to dust, lighting, and noise. The unknown number of people on site may make it difficult to assess the intensity of use and establish appropriate conditions. This use may not be compatible with the surrounding rural residential character. Madam Chair, this concludes staff presentation of docket SU 26-14. I'm ready for questions and the applicant is present.
Thank you, Ms. Marsala. You have 10 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Melanie Pierce. This is Paul Bloom, and we reside at 977 East Lena Way.
What we're trying to do is build a new movie set to bring more business into the state of Arizona. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar at all, but tax incentives have been changing and everything for the state so we can draw in more businesses to film more in the state of Arizona. We've got several other locations around, but they're all 50 years old or older than that, and they're all falling down and running down. And so we decided that I'm an actor and a stuntman myself, and with some other guys that I've gotten together, we built a town back in Florida for the same position or the same situation, and now came out here, moved out here, fell in love with the place, as I'm sure you guys know because everybody that comes here does that. So we tried to find a location that we could build something like this that's going to bring, I can't even emphasize how much business it's going to bring into the county itself, just for stores, hotels, restaurants, transportation, everything you can think of along the lines. It's going to, this should bring more business to the community and to the county. It's far enough away from where it's not affecting any of my neighbors at all. As a matter of fact, all my neighbors come over and try to watch the progress of what's going down, and because they're so interested in it. We spent 2 years looking for this location when we decided to do this project. Just because of the location of it. It's close enough to Sierra Vista and Tombstone and Tucson and everything else. So companies will come from all over to film here, and there's plenty of stuff available for them as far as like if they need to go to stores or restaurants or hotels, things like that, because every movie production needs to do that. And when we first started developing this idea, we put it out on Facebook to see what kind of response we would get out of it, and it's blown up. I got contacted last week from the Grit channel, if any of you people know what that is. It's a Wild West movie channel. They want to come out and film an entire TV series at our location, and we're not even close to being done yet. So we've already had 3 short films that have filmed there, and I've got 4 or 5 other major productions that are just sitting here waiting on you guys to say okay, and so we can move forward and get things rolling on that. So, any questions?
I'm sure we'll have plenty. We'll call you back. Don't go too far away. You know how the process works by now. This is the time for public comments. I do have a request from Stephen Smith. Pardon me? No, sir, we won't be doing that. We go with public comment first, and then the commission talks. So thank you for acquiescing.
Okay, look. If you look at the map, my 12 acres is the closest property, developed property to the building area where the stages and all is being built. Okay, my home is, if you look to the southeast, you see the 2 lots that's not occupied across the street, a little bit higher than that. You see the one cleaned off the big house and the 12 acres right there to the right, a little bit right there. That's my place. Okay. Now, on the northeast side of that place, I have a 14-foot deck built with an outdoor theater. So I'm out there all the time. As far as noise goes, there's no noise. I hear more noise from the highway, from 82, or from kids running up and down Lena Way on the 4-wheelers and the guinea hens on the neighbor's yard than I hear from this area. And anybody knows anything about blanks, they don't make that much noise anyway. As far as the land, okay, the foliage, they hadn't interrupted any of the foliage. I have game cameras all around that 12 acres. I hadn't seen any fall off on any of the creatures that I catch on the game cameras, the coyotes, the deer, the big cats, the wolverine, and foxes. I hadn't seen any decrease in that. So they're not interrupting any of that. And as far as falling in line with the neighborhood, if you look at that property, it fits. It fits the history of Arizona. It fits the landscape of Arizona. It fits the landscape of Cochise County, and it will bring money to the area. And I had rather look at something that's authentic Western than look at, say, your mirrors that they build to the east of us over there.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So do we understand you're in favor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no other forms. Ms. Orsalo, do we have any other speakers? Thank you. The public hearing is closed. The applicant want to respond to anything you heard, or would you like to waive that time? Thank you. Seems logical at this point. The public hearing is now closed. This is a time for commission discussion. Questions of the applicant or staff? Mr. Benedict.
I had a couple. First, I wanted to thank Sharon. You did an awesome job with this one. I see you over there smiling. You did a really, really good job. I wanted to tell you with the conditions for this. I felt it was more than reasonable. I know we talked about a Wild West shoot. I was worried about blanks getting shot at nighttime, things like that. You guys are willing to adhere with the conditions that were set. I think 10 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then in my notes for this, I really want to commend you guys. I wrote slam dunk. I brought our comprehensive plan with me today. When we set this thing, we identified 8 areas that we all agreed to where we wanted to see economic development. Growing the creative arts was one of them. I think what you guys are doing is absolutely amazing. Not only is this going to bring revenue through what you guys are doing, but I hope this can do what the movie Tombstone did as far as tourism. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. So I just wanted to commend you guys. Thank you so much. My only question really is, what's the deal with this active code compliance case?
The what?
Sharon, could you share that with me? In my notes you had for the site history, it says that there's an active code compliance case.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this site and the proposed special use does have an active code compliance case because the development started before it received approval or review from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
When we first purchased the property, we didn't realize that we had to do this. We were told because there was no restrictions, and I started building. Now, it's not a construction site that's got, 60 people and big gigantic. It's 4 of us that are working on this, and most of the time it's just 2 of us. So we're building it as we go, and both of us are paying for this out of our pockets as we go. So it's a continuous progress. Like right now, we've got 7 buildings.
6, I think.
7 buildings that are in the process of being built. When it's done, there's going to be 21.
Gotcha. Are you guys, so you're aware if we choose to approve this today, you have to get that code compliance issue settled?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you so much. This is awesome entrepreneurship.
Anyone else?
Oh, a quick question or two.
Mr. Montgomery?
Perhaps lighter hearted than code compliance. But what kind of movies do you suppose will be going on out there?
Westerns.
All the time?
Well, the town that's being built is a 1880s town.
Okay.
So anything from that date on can be filmed there.
We're gearing it toward.
Well, we're gearing it towards Westerns
Bringing
because
Westerns back.
I've been a Western stuntman since 1979
Okay.
and trying to bring it back because what's more wholesome than a Western movie? I'm tired of the zombies, tired of the Draculas and the werewolves. Bring back good old American history and start teaching these kids about what our country is about instead of what our fantasies can be about.
Very, very good. I appreciate that a lot. And just to ease any other worried minds, that's pretty much what you want to do, right? Western movies?
Yes, sir.
You don't want to put a data center out there? Oh, okay. Or a solar?
No solar panels.
No, we don't want to do any, no solar panels, no.
Well, I think.
None of that stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick
Ms. Unis?
question. Yeah. Is this going to be open to the public in any way? Is there going to be like tours available? Anything like that?
That could possibly sometime down the road. The reason why all the other places do that now is because they've got a history.
Right.
Mescal has got, 500 films that have been shot there. So we don't have a history yet.
Right.
So we've had a lot of people requesting to come and check it out and see what it's like, but because of safety purposes and it's a construction site, we can't do any of that stuff now. Now, when the construction is completed, we don't know. The main focus is filming movies or photo shoots. But we were even talking one time about how Tucson doesn't do that Christmas thing anymore. So let's turn the whole town into Santa's Village at Christmas time.
Oh.
And we could do that. That's all way down the road. We've got to get the horse hooked up in front of the cart before we can make it pull it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dress you up and get you a job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, right? Mr. Tucker, anything? Nope. I think it's a great idea.
That's a wonderful
Yeah.
idea.
I do have questions. I'm sorry. I have to needle in it. I'm highly supportive, like everyone else, but I have worries. I think you should not use Lena Way at all, ever.
No, we're not using it at all. Our entrance is right off of 82. We have to get approval from you guys, and then we're going to DOT so we can go to DOT key to get our.
Have you spoken with them preliminarily? Or
I
you
have.
gonna be, so you're going to be able to afford to make that access off 82?
Basically all they're asking for is from Highway 82, like 20 or 30 feet in.
Yeah, into our gate.
That we have to have it paved and it's. and
Yeah, they want to
gate
protect
has
the
to be
pavement edge.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm highly concerned about
No,
people
we wouldn't
objecting
use Lena.
to traffic.
Talk to them, and the traffic situation is it's a
Non-issue.
non-issue because it's not like it's an amusement park.
Okay.
You know, crews
right.
come in early in the morning and leave at night.
So is there any, maybe this is for Miss Larsella, is there anything they have to have from Fort Huachuca before they can go ahead because of that airstrip?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this project, this property is within the Baba Kamari area plan, and all that requires is disclosure of the military airspace activities. And in the conditions, it does condition that so that it does not involve interruption with anything involving the Huachuca military airspace activities.
Yeah, it's not going to affect it at all.
Yeah, because that
We're
airstrip's been
far enough away from that where it doesn't even bother us at all. One of the reasons why we picked it is because of the silence.
Yes.
When you're shooting, you can't have airplanes flying over and trucks riding by.
All right, one more, bear with me. You said in your application, 0 water use. How is that possible when you have bodies shooting on site? We don't want them shooting
Well,
on
the water
site.
that's gonna be used on site is for consumption, first of all.
But shouldn't you build a restroom?
Eventually, we're going to have restrooms. We're going to have porta potties right now. Eventually, we're going to put a well in. So we'll have our own restrooms and stuff like that.
Fire suppression.
Okay.
But it's more, we're putting a well in more for fire suppression system. We've got a fire truck sitting down there right now, right in the middle of the town in case something happens. I was a gunfighter at Tombstone, so I know a little bit about fires and towns burning down.
All right.
So we want to make sure that that's not going to happen. Once we get the town built and we get enough capital, we're going to have a well put in, which is going to be hooked up to a sprinkler system that's going to cover the whole town just in case of fire.
Well, you've answered all my questions splendidly, so thank you. I am finished. Anyone else? All right.
I have one question.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes, ma'am.
Do you happen to know Eddie Newfang?
It sounds familiar. Is he an actor?
An old stuntman.
Well, I happen to be an old stuntman myself.
No, older than you.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That was interesting.
Ma'am?
He's a family friend.
Okay. All right, Ms. Larsali, your recommendation, please.
Based on the factors in favor, staff recommends approval of docket SU 26-14 to allow a motion picture production site studio with the following conditions. All required ADOT access permits for Highway 82 shall be obtained before any building permit is issued or operations begin. Production-related vehicles using Lena Way shall not exceed 15 miles per hour. Adjacent property owners shall be notified in advance of any nighttime filming or production activities scheduled after 10 p.m. Nighttime filming is limited to indoor only. All parking areas, loading areas, and driveways used for the production shall have a 2-inch gravel surface or an approved equivalent that is dust-free and properly drained to prevent water impoundment. Adequate on-site restroom and shower facilities shall be provided to support the anticipated site occupancy. The applicant shall submit a preservation plan for the existing native vegetation at permitting. Quiet hours shall be observed from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. 7 days per week. The developed area shall be kept in sanitary condition. Temporary refuse and animal waste receptacles shall be appropriately sized and designed to avoid creating an attractive nuisance for wildlife or pests. Filming activities shall not impede overflight activities associated with the Sierra Vista Airport, Fort Huachuca, or other runways associated with general aviation or military aircraft. Standard conditions relative to condition acceptance, permitting timelines, and modification to an approved special use apply to this request.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have a motion to approve docket SU 26-14. I'd like to call for the vote. Mr. Saunders,
Vote yes.
Mr. Tucker,
Yes.
Ms. Fickett,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mr. Umbries,
Yes.
Mr. Benedict,
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Zumis?
Yes.
Thank you. And chair votes yes, it is unanimous. This item is approved. And very much good luck to you.
Yes.
And
Any-
thank you for your patience.
Yeah. Anyone disagreeing with this action has the right to appeal to the Board of Supervisors within 15 days. You can pick up an application from the clerk at the office or online at cochise.az.gov. Do we need to make a run to the lobby or can we continue?
Continue.
Thank you.
The next item is R26-02, text amendments and special use criteria versus variance criteria. This item was tabled from the June P&Z meeting. Can I get a motion to lift it from the table?
So moved.
Mr. Tucker, and a second?
I second it.
And Ms. Fickett seconds. All in favor of, is this correct? Yes, all in favor of pulling it from the table, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. I'm not sure we had to do that vote part. Applicant is Cochise County staff. Mr. Taylor, your presentation, please.
Madam Chair, the time is 7:53.
Yes, sir.
We have 2 text amendment dockets
Yes.
left on the agenda. Since these are staff initiated, I would like to give the commission an opportunity to consider moving those out a month or two. However, we can proceed with the public hearing.
No, I'd much rather move them. I was afraid you had dates lined up for the board. No,
We do not have any dates scheduled for Board of Supervisors for either of these dockets.
I think we'd have much more robust discussion if we postpone this.
Agreed.
So would someone make a motion to table since we opened?
I'll make that motion to table.
Second.
Do we need a date certain, Mr. Taylor? Do you want to give us one?
Yes, Madam Chair, it would either be September 9th or October 14th.
September 9th or
October.
October 14th?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Could we push this one to October? I think we want to do the junkyards in September. I think that one we need to tighten up.
I think it might be.
Is that fair?
Mr. Taylor, does that work with your schedule?
Yes, Madam Chair.
October 14th. All right, let's hear the motion again, Mr. Saunders, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Table until
I table the R 2602 till
October 14th.
Second.
Second, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you. Done. Now, do we need to do the same thing for the R2604?
make a motion to our table R 2604 until September.
Yes.
October 14th.
No. Can we do the junkyard in September? I'm sorry. I just don't want to push.
When you're
this-
saying junkyard, what are you
Or
saying?
impound lot. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm thinking there's.
No, I'm
something else I
bugging. I'm
forgot
sorry.
about.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, all right.
This just seems a lot more pressing. We keep seeing these impound
Yes.
yard things
Yeah.
come up. I'd rather get this one done first.
Agreed. So what is our date in September, the 9th?
September 9th.
Mr. Saunders, you want to try again?
I'd like to table R 2604 to September 9th.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There are no nays. We are postponed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 02 will go October 14th
Yes.
and 04 will go on September 9th.
Yes, please. This is the time for the planning director's report. Is that you tonight, Mr. Taylor?
It is, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. It's 7:56 p.m. Couple of items for the commission that everybody is aware of already, I think. On July the 14th, the Board of Supervisors adopted new building codes for Cochise County, which take effect on September the 1st. On July 28th, the Board of Supervisors passed an anti-blight nuisance abatement ordinance, as well as some hearing officer bylaws, as well as the Affordable Housing Plan, which was renamed to the Cochise County Housing Strategy and Implementation Plan, which is a first for this county. As of the September 9th meeting, considering that we did not have any tabled items except for the one, as of right now, we have 2 new special use dockets scheduled for the 9th, one of which would be agritourism in St. David and auto repair on Skyline Road. We also have 3 comprehensive plan rezoning dockets. Charleston Road, which has yet to appear before the commission. Bisbee Street, which is a down zone proposal to do an opt-out permit for residents. And Highway 80 and Hospital Road, I believe, near the port, which is proposed to go GB. We also have a couple of proposed text amendments we've been working on in addition to the ones we've already discussed. I think we'll just see how things shake out as far as what our final agenda looks like before we schedule any work sessions in September. We did receive an appeal of the commission's approval of the McCrum Lane contractor yard. That will go to the Board of Supervisors on August the 25th. I think, I'm sure all the commissioners are aware, we've rolled out a new website. It looks a lot different, but functionally it's basically the same. And one of these days we would like to do maybe a live walkthrough of the website, not just for the commission, but for the folks joining online. Because we get a lot of the same questions about how do I find a comment form or how do I find the Planning and Zoning Commission schedule, those kind of things that might be very helpful. So we might do that at a future meeting. We had initially proposed a site visit for August the 28th at 9 a.m. for a docket that was denied earlier this evening. And I do want to thank Mr. Saunders and Mr. Montgomery for responding right away and expressing interest in doing the tour. But as of right now, that tour is canceled. And that's all we have, Madam Chair.
So additionally, have you been notified August 25th? There's a work session in the afternoon about data centers. They said it yesterday at the BOS. You haven't gotten that yet?
I have not.
You might want to check with Laura.
We will check with them. We are preparing some additional language to supplement the recent additions. And there's been a lot of questions posed to the county recently about the data center that was approved out on Parker Ranch Road. Yes. And at that time, we didn't have any regulations for data centers, and it was predominantly a solar project. So we'll be getting some additional data in case that comes up during that work session. But I do vaguely recall that work session being scheduled. Yeah. But nonetheless, the highlight for us as far as our division is the appeal in the morning.
Sure. And then can you update us on SU 2609, Javelina Solar?
Sure. Madam Chair, we did not receive an appeal application. It sounds as though there were a couple of outstanding issues, one of which was a formalized agreement with EPCO, which was kind of a deal breaker for some of the commissioners. And there was some the outstanding issues with Fort Huachuca as far as material sourcing and EMF interference. So we did not receive an appeal application, and our understanding is that the applicant for that item, until those other remaining issues are tied up and the commission can get a firm answer on all of those issues, they may refile in the future.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission?
Madam Chair.
I'm not sure that everybody knows about this. On the 27th, there's going to be an open house, more or less, about the Copper Rose Energy Center. And it will be in Wilcox at the community center from 5:30 to 7:30. It will be something that we will be looking at here, I'm sure. It's in regards to, I believe, another solar facility in the Wilcox area.
Clump property.
Yes.
Mr.
250 megawatts too. It's a big one.
Yeah.
So what is the date of this?
It's August the 27th at 5:30. at the Wilcox Community Center.
Thank you.
And I got it off from the city itself, so I didn't know if it had been shared with you all.
It has. That actually came before the commission some months ago to downzone from R36 to RU4.
Right, but they're having this to do.
Correct.
Yeah,
At this point, they're in conversations with the city of Wilcox to annex.
okay. So we may not see it.
Madam Chair,
Good
just,
information.
just a heads up, we're still working on the rehabilitation of Rucker Lake. We got we decided we'd do it in two parts. The first one, we gather all of the federal agencies, state agencies, local agencies that have interest or jurisdiction on Rucker Lake. So we're setting up that meeting. USDA is on board. We're looking at the state now and all that. And so we'll have an agency meeting to find out where everybody's at and what they got, what they can put on the table. After that, we'll have a public meeting in the community down there in Douglas. And we anticipate that meeting would be very well attended. Don't have any dates. As soon as I get them, I'll call them into Matthew and we can go from there.
Good.
It's not dead. Last night they got a lot of water, so every time we look at it, it changes. Yeah.
And Mr. Benedict?
Just really quick, I don't want to voice a gripe, but when it came to this data center thing and we weren't aware of the text amendment, that day we motioned for the moratorium. I don't want to get into it too much, but we were told multiple times that this county had never seen an application for a data center. And we found out recently that is 100% untrue. So I know a lot of times the county and staff and even our elected officials like to talk about misinformation, but I do want to say that we were directly responsible for spreading misinformation. So just to give everybody some context, a data center did pass through this P&Z board in October. I know we had some new people to come in. When I came in, I was told we had never saw an application. So just a little upset. I got blindsided by this one. The public's upset. So I just want to state for the record, we have to tighten up. And maybe Mr. Ambrose will speak to this. He believes that there have been other data center applications that have been passed.
I'd like to respond.
Please.
Because check the calendar on the dates of all of those comments. Because there's generic conversation going on before anything was actually submitted. And then afterwards as well.
No,
So-
what I'm directly talking about is when that ordinance came in front of us, we were told this was preemptive and the county has not seen a data center application yet.
Exactly.
So,
Agree.
I'm going to interrupt and address that because I was here. There's data centers, little d, little c. Now there's data centers, big D, big C. We got blindsided. It was included under the umbrella of a solar application. And I understand our answer was false when we said there were no data center applications. That is a falsity. I said it. We all said it. But it's a perception problem. When you don't realize data center is something more than a little computer room, this is a problem. I don't want to belittle your commentary, John, but we were blindsided. We didn't know what we were approving.
I don't blame the commission at all. Jerry, I went back and listened to our YouTube thing. Randall actually dug into that one. The word data center was used in that hearing over 20 times. I sat and counted. And it was called the Parker Canyon Solar Data Center at the beginning of the presentation. So
But if we were not educated,
and I'm definitely not blaming anybody, but when I came into the commission, it was told to me, and I'm only as good as my information, that we had never seen one. And being that it was only 5 months before, I'm just basically giving you guys a heads up. I know a lot of people are going to be upset about this. I know the word's starting to get around. I saw the things online, like I'm sure you guys are. So I just wanted to share that with the rest of the commissioners. That's my only.
Again, I would just add, there is a lot of complaining on Facebook by two people. It's the same two people that always complain about everything. And I want to see the date on the documents of those conversations, whether it's minutes or whether it's some.
Oh, I got them for you. And really what I would like to do is I think where I'm upset, and maybe I should stay solution oriented, we should have used that case you guys approved as a case study when we reviewed the ordinance. That was my point. It's only, to be honest, it's 40 acres. It's only 1,000 square foot building. It uses about 1 or 2 megawatts of power, and it is a closed loop system. But when we talk about closed loop system and everybody scratching their heads, how does this work? It would have been nice to have that case to review as a case study, because that one, thank God it is small. It is still very problematic.
Did express a desire to expand.
And exactly.
So there were 3 nay votes, but still in all, as a commission, we passed it. I preferred to just hit this head on and say, yeah, you're right. Now, another thing we approved was a Bitcoin, Hospital Road, Douglas. Maybe
I
it
think
was
that was the one Frank was digging into, right, Frank?
the Bitcoin processing over by old hospital. So anyway, my point in bringing this up is a Bitcoin center to us was, whoa, big computers, lots of computers. And then, like I said, the little d, little c data center was just another one of those. They were just going to put a...
Back in those days,
the
we
computers.
were real busy and focused on fighting solar stuff.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden that AI started sneaking in,
Mhm.
and we didn't make the distinction back then.
Yeah.
Now we're
Yes,
more
Jerry,
educated.
thank you. Yeah.
But we
That's
weren't
exactly
then.
right.
Yeah. So one of the nice things about the infrastructure that we have here, we won't have to deal with AI data centers.
No.
There's
not
isn't-
enough.
There isn't the power. There isn't the data infrastructure. So even if you go up to I-10, where the lion's share of the glass cable is, there isn't bandwidth.
Yeah.
There isn't bandwidth to drive the data that AI data centers need. But we will be seeing, I'm sure, lots of things for little centers. But I got skinned by the same thing that you did.
And to be honest, I supported it. I listened to the guy's proposal and I thought it was awesome. And his whole thing was how he was going to be economically competitive in the market was he thought he could basically cut his cost of electricity down by 50%. And he was going to, I think it was small, like website hosting. It's not a big deal, but I think what bothers me is that one was a liquid cooled system. He said, hey, it's not water. It's ethylene glycol, like these batteries. So when the public talks tier 2, so that's my only thing. I don't know if the ordinance has anything as it relates to flushes, but that's one of the things where on that small one, thank God it was small, because if it was a bigger facility, we'd be talking about thousands of gallons of these tier 2 chemicals. I think so. And that, I think, is our point. If there was a takeaway, if you guys could, let's look at that one that got approved. Let's look at the ordinance and see if the ordinance would have sufficiently protected the public. So
Is
Yeah,
it one
that's
or
an
two?
excellent suggestion.
so I think Bitcoin mining, because it's using computing power, would
Right.
technically fall under the data center
It
category.
should, because it's a huge computational user.
And I'm not trying to beat anybody up, but I think we just gotta quickly start getting better with this and tighten that ordinance up immediately, because they are.
Just a radiator, huh?
Well, to that point, though, when we are discussing the data center amendment again, the data center code, flushing standards need to be added.
Yes, exactly.
What I will tell you about the one that occurred in October, I was sitting here and my phone just kept buzzing in my pocket. Finally, I looked at it and it was somebody I know well that was telling me that these guys had no idea what they were talking about. It was one of the poorest, well, not the poorest percentage,
Hour and a half.
It was poor.
proposal.
I had the same feeling. He
It
didn't know
was-
any answers to any
me,
questions.
There was something crooked about it.
And I don't blame you guys. I mean, to Jerry straight up said, what is this? And I think the guy told you it's a room full of computers. So I'm not blaming anybody, but we got to get sharper on this really quick.
Young people, talking heads, to come and sell you these concepts about how wonderful this technology is and all that. Just like they hire people to mess us up on the AMA when that was happening. These people come, they're here, somebody's paying them, and then they disappear.
Yeah.
So they're agents of Somebody's financing all this stuff.
What's this, fool me once, fool me twice, you
So
know,
we need to be very careful.
no more.
And our best defense is to be educated. on
Yes.
this. Yeah.
And I think we're doing an excellent job, and I thank you all, commissioners.
Yeah, motion to adjourn. Thank you very much.
The staff.
Well,
Motion to adjourn.
we have one more commissioner who needs to finish his thoughts here.
Okay. You just mentioned about a rezoning on Highway 80 and Hospital, or is it James Road where the commercial port is?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ampley, what was the question?
Okay, you just mentioned that we're going to have a rezoning on Highway 80 and County Hospital Road. Do you mean James Road, where the commercial port is going?
I'm not understanding the connection.
Is it south of 80?
Oh, okay. That's what I was missing. It's at the approximate northwest corner of Highway 80 and County Hospital, which would place it east of the port.
Okay.
That's the opportunity zone spot.
So,
we were looking at.
another question is cattle pens. If they expand down in Douglas, do they have to get a special permit?
If it falls under the definition of a feedlot or a stockyard, yes.
Okay. Another one is impoundment yard right now. Where do we stand with the one in Douglas?
That, my understanding is that's still an active code compliance case. There is conversations with the county attorney's office. That's about all I know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you aware of a division of land on Hass Road that were from 75 acres to 5 parcels? Do you have a copy of the map?
Which road was that, sir?
Hass Road.
Hash or Hatch?
Hass. Hass. Hass Road.
We might have to follow up with you on that, sir.
Because apparently they're selling land there already. And they've already been staked out too.
Okay. As far as our minor land division application process, anything that exceeds 10 acres doesn't really come through our office. It goes straight to the recorder and the assessor.
Mm-hmm. But this is 5 parcels.
Understand.
And it's part of this division that we have. Okay, that's all my questions.
Yes, sir. We'll have to follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Let's go home.
Yeah, he's out.
Thank goodness we don't have